We had a meeting last Friday with a bunch of us just chatting that are involved in outreach. And Chris Kerwin pointed out that he has 7 screens. And then I looked behind him and I could count at least 7 telescopes. So I think the telescope to screen ratio was still okay. But I think when that starts to get a little out of whack the wrong way, it's a problem. David's got 1 telescope, 1 screen. David has 1 telescope, 1 screen. I've got 1 telescope behind me, but I have another one in front of me on the other side. So it balances. So Allendria, I'm passing the Jupiter issue from last year to one of the other CEGEPs. I'm going to be giving them star finders. And then I decided I'm going to pass them one of the Sky News issues since we haven't been giving as many out because of COVID.
Right.
And when I commented that, this was complimentary and it comes from the RASC and we have these at our public events, the other CEGEP teachers, their jaws dropped to the ground and they're like, wait, your students have had access to this since when? And I'm like, since I started teaching in 2016, every student gets at least 1 copy and then some of them get published. Do any of your students want to get published? And, eyes popping open, jaws dropping. So I'm hoping that over the next year or so, I can start to send you articles from other teachers and other schools so that you can see some of the education going on from other perspectives.
Yeah, that would be great. Are they using the robotic telescope as well?
I'm trying to convince them to. I'm trying to convince them that it's worth their while to themselves test out the data, see how it's done so that they can guide their students well. Because that's the one thing that I want to make sure is I don't want the work on training the students or supporting the students to always fall on Samantha.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I like them discussing with her, but it really has to be something that's supported by the teacher. So the teacher has to go through the process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to turn off the camera for a bit, but I am still here.
Now we can talk about Kareem. Oh, I love him. I think he is so passionate, organized, knows what he's doing, and he's a pleasure to have around, I think.
Thank you. My daughter pointed out to me that you were talking about me while I was in the middle of something else. She's like, say thank you.
Well, Wendy and I are going to be traveling on Thursday. We're going to North Carolina for 5 days, and we're going to visit with Wendy's sister.
Oh, nice. Whereabouts in North Carolina, David?
Partry, North Carolina.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
10 minutes from the Raleigh.
How long will you be there?
We will be there for about 5 days. About 5 days.
Short trip.
Yeah, it's very short. It's all we can handle right now. Hello, Chuck.
How's it going, David? How are you doing?
I'm glad you were able to connect.
Yes.
Well, Wendy and I are doing fine. We just got back from a bone scan. So we're waiting on the results from that, and planning to leave on Thursday for North Carolina. So it's going to be a nice trip. I really haven't seen Joni in a couple of years now. But actually, I don't think we've seen her since the 2017 eclipse. I don't think so either. Yeah, that's the last time we saw Joni and her husband, Philippe. And we're really looking forward to this.
Where are you located, David?
I'm in Vail right now, in Vail, Arizona.
Yeah.
The Vail Center of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada.
Yeah.
It is the only one that is not a part of Canada. We're trying to change that, but it's the only one that's not in Canada at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any good skiing there in Vail?
The seeing is excellent in Vail. Hello, as Adrian will back me up on that if he would only get himself out
Not,
here.
not seeing, David, skiing.
Oh, skiing. No, I'm talking Vail, Arizona. You know, you're.
Although
I
I
like your
do-
first answer. I like your first answer, David. The seeing is excellent.
Seeing is excellent, Scott. That's
Well,
right.
you're on
That
I-10,
was
and there's this
enough
big
for
green
me.
sign that says David and Wendy's house next right. And, you know, it's a very small town. But this is Vail, Arizona.
Allendria, I didn't have a chance to say hello. So I'm the guy behind the curtain here, and glad to have you. part of
Hey,
the
no
program.
attention to the man behind the curtain.
But Scott,
Sorry, I had to bring that reference back from Oz.
Scott is really truly a wizard, though, once you get to know him.
Agreed.
A master of disaster. Yes.
The Wizard of Astronomy.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Norman.
How are you?
Oh, I think we're fine.
Yeah.
We're all healthy and we're all wealthy. We're not wise, but we're healthy and wealthy.
Wise. Yeah.
So I'm not so sure about the healthy. And I know we're not wealthy. And I know we're not wise.
Well, wise is everybody
Relative.
everybody has a definition of being wise, right?
I think so.
We're all wise in our own world. Well, I'm lucky to be here tonight because
Very
we
true.
have a major freezing rain storm right now near Montreal, and I almost turned back before coming back here. So
Well,
yeah,
I'm glad
the
you're
weather
here.
is not very cooperative lately.
And stay put, Norman. It's
Yeah.
you don't need to play around on the skating rinks.
Well, I'm here now, so I will have to go back, or unless I sleep at the shop. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. It warmed up where we are in Michigan. So we're in the 40s and 50s, and
Oh, lucky.
snow's melting, and the robins are all saying that's more like it. When they came early and they were flying around, looking around like, what's all this snow stuff, and why is it so cold? What's going on? So they were in for a bit of a shock when they returned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Returned to Michigan. We weren't done with winter yet.
While black holes have monstrous gravitational
But
pull, material
I don't know if we're
orbiting
done with,
through the
I
black
don't think we're
hole
done
can
with winter
sometimes
yet
be
either.
redirected
No.
by magnetic fields into
It's a weird, it's a very
Just
weird
a-
winter we have
Right.
this year. I mean, we have
in the center of
very warm temperature for 1 day and 2 days, and then within the night, the temperature drops about 20 degrees. In the morning after, it's like freezing like hell. And then 2 days later, we're back in the warm temperature.
Yeah.
We didn't get much snow here this year. We had our first major, snowstorm kind of last weekend, but we had maybe not even a foot at the time, so it's not major for here. And, in the last 2 months, maybe once every 2 weeks, we had about 6 inches, nothing much. So farmers will be screaming for water this spring.
Mhm.
Where's Scott? I don't see Scott anywhere.
Is behind the secret.
Don't worry, you'll see Scott very soon.
Okay, here we go.
He's
He's
behind
gonna
that
make
curtain.
his grand appearance.
Okay.
Here I am.
And there it is.
Hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is the 84th Global Star Party, Humanity's Cosmic Reach. And tonight we have just a spectacular lineup of speakers like we always do. We have, of course, the one and only David Levy, who will introduce the Global Star Party and say some amazing poetry. Up next, just a little bit of a change. We have the Astronomical League coming on with Chuck Allen. He has to go to another very important meeting. Chuck is stretched, all different ways. And so we're really lucky to have him. Dave Eicher, editor-in-chief of Astronomy magazine, will be on then next. And then Taara Jaffer, Kareem Jaffer's daughter, part of the new Cosmic Generation group, is going to be on with a special presentation. We have the vast reaches, Jason Guenzel, Allendria. How do I pronounce your last name, Allendria?
Brunjes. It rhymes.
Brunjes. Okay. All right. I thought so, but I didn't want to get it wrong. Paul Owen, also from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, with astronomy outreach programs and his astrophotography, I believe. Norman Fullum, who's been on our program several times before, incredible musician, incredible telescope builder. So we have a special guest appearance from Norman. It's awesome. Then we take a 10-minute break. Marcelo Souza will be in from Brazil, updating us on Skies Up magazine and astronomy activities down there. Chuck Ayoub from Chuck's Astrophotography. Hasn't been on our program very often, but we're glad to have him. Again, he's making a special appearance. Glenn K. Roberts, who was on last time, is with us. Then we have, of course, Adrian Bradley with his Nightscapes, Cesar Brollo from Southern Skies Universe, and Maxi Filari's Astrophotography to the Max. So we're going to turn this over to David Levy. David is, as you know, a dear friend of mine. Whenever I think of many astronomy experiences and the reason why I'm into astronomy, I owe a debt of gratitude to David Levy. David, thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you so much, Scott. And that gratitude is equally how I feel about my friendship with you and with all of you here. This is one of the most fun Zoom sessions that there can be. Anyway, second only to the Cosmic Generation, which you will hear about a little later. Anyway, I have two quotes for you tonight. The first one is from Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1836, from his essay on nature. To go into solitude, someone needs to retire as much from his or her chamber as from society. I am not solitary whilst I read and write, though nobody is with me. But if a man would be alone, let him look at the stars. The rays that come from those heavenly worlds will separate between him and what he touches. One might think the atmosphere was made transparent with this design to give us in the heavenly bodies the perpetual presence of the sublime. Seen in the streets of cities, how great they are. If the stars should appear one night in 1,000 years, how would we believe and adore and preserve for many generations the remembrance of the city of God which had been shown? But every night come out these envoys of beauty, and light the universe with their admonishing smile. The other quotation is also from scripture, and I'm stealing that from the administrator of NASA. And I enjoyed, I think we all did when we watched on Christmas morning, the launching of the Webb Space Telescope. For me, that was the most thrilling bit of NASA television and NASA experience that I've had since July 20th, 1969, when I was able to watch on another television set Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon. But this one, what was even better than the launch was what the NASA administrator said after. He was praising all the people that helped with the construction of the Webb. And then at the end, he added one other person, a shepherd boy who was in the Middle East and who looked up at the stars. As soon as he said that, my heart just was rent because I knew what shepherd boy was talking about. And then he said the shepherd boy became king of Israel. And then he went ahead and he didn't quote the psalm, but I am going to quote it for you, not so much because of the scriptural relevance, but the poetic relevance, because this is a way of looking at the sky as poetry. And if you don't believe me, next time you go to Stellafane, go to the clubhouse and look at the words that are engraved on the wooden beams at the top of the clubhouse. Anyway, this is the first 5 lines of the poem. The first 4 come from the Book of Psalms, and the 5th line was written by Peter Collins. May he rest in peace, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night revealeth knowledge, so long as the sky is clear. Thank you, and back to you, Scott.
Thank you so much. That's great. Yeah, I think that I think Global Star Party would not be Global Star Party without without David's words and his quotes and his poetry, and sometimes when he sings, you know. So we love that too. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The final words of that song. So long as the sky is clear, and I apologize if my internet connection's not good. Over in Michigan, that just doesn't happen. So we're hoping for clear skies this weekend.
Just remember, David didn't write that last line. That was written by Peter Collins. But I think it's great.
Okay. Well, I promised that we had changed things up just a little bit. So we're going to do that right now and bring Chuck Allen on from the Astronomical League.
All right.
So let me bring you on, Mr. Allen. There's quite a few people logged on right now. So here we go.
Okay.
And the thing I love to see behind Chuck is all those really cool books, that amazing photo of Clyde Tombaugh that's behind you,
Signed. Yeah.
Signed. Okay.
Yes.
That's awesome. That is really awesome. The medals, the awards, it's just really cool stuff. And but nothing's more cool than your presentations that you've given here on Global Star Party. And I do want to toot the horn of the Astronomical League. It is, if you don't already know it, because I've said it so many times, it is the world's largest federation of astronomy clubs, with over 300 clubs, that contribute to the organization. It is an all-volunteer organization, and they have well over 20,000 members, I think, at this time. So
close to 22, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it seems to keep growing, which is awesome. So that means that there's a lot of new people getting involved in the lifestyle of astronomy. And we also have with us two important members of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada and the League, and the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada are busy collaborating on things that will take us, that kind of erase the border between Canada and the United States. And, and they're both doing things here tonight that reach around the world. So if you're interested in becoming a member of either of those organizations or both of them, go to their websites, join, and become part of this community. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Chuck. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Scott. We recommend both organizations. I've, for a long time, wanted to collaborate or have the League collaborate with the RASC, and now we're actually beginning the process. Very soon, perhaps in the next 2 weeks, we're going to have our first planning meeting for a 2024 joint convention in Toronto, which should be really exciting, and we've got a lot of great ideas for that. I'm going to go ahead and share screen now, and let's see here. Oops. There we go. As is our habit, we like to always introduce all of our door prize sessions with a solar warning. Lots of people who may watch one of our global star parties may be new to astronomy. And if you are new to it, there is a danger out there that can be easily avoided with a little precaution. and that is solar observing. Observing the sun through a telescope can be done completely safely, but it can also have devastating effects on your vision if it's done wrong. So never observe the sun without professionally made solar filters that include energy rejection filters that mount on the front end of the telescope, not on the eyepiece end. Never use a solar filter or welder's glasses that attach only to the eyepiece because they can explode from the heat that builds up in the telescope. Try never to leave a telescope or binoculars unattended in daytime if there are children around, because they might just try to acquire the sun in one of those instruments, and I have seen that almost happen. Never use non-certified eclipse glasses or viewing cards unless they comply with ISO standards marked on the glasses and come from a reputable source. It is possible for counterfeit glasses to use that ISO stamp, even though they haven't been tested. And don't use them if they're more than 3 years old. Never use eclipse glasses or viewing cards with a telescope or binoculars. They're intended only for the use with the naked eye. And I think Scott did an experiment one time where he acquired the sun on a telescope and just placed some of the eclipse glasses over the eyepiece end, and it melted instantly. So you don't want to take those chances.
No.
And always consult with knowledgeable solar observers in local astronomy clubs. There will be people in local clubs who can tell you how to do all of this safely and what equipment is safe and what equipment is not. I would like to take just a moment, since I've got to rush off, just to offer a little nano program. Just take a few minutes, Scott, if I may. I recently gave a program on extreme astronomy, which had a lot to do with records. And one of the records that I left out and would like to add tonight is, what is the furthest object that we have found in our solar system? Now, this list is going to exclude comets that have near parabolic orbits, that take comets to vast distances outside the solar system where they're really beyond telescopic acquisition. So excluding those, what is the furthest object that we have found so far? Well, in 2019, we had not found any object further than 100 astronomical units. Now, bear in mind that Pluto exists at 39 astronomical units on average, and that 39 astronomical units is 39 times further away from the sun than the Earth. But 100 astronomical units was a limit that we had not crested before until 2018. And in that year, a group of astronomers, Scott Shepard, David Tholen, and Chad Trujillo, were using the 8.2 millimeter Subaru telescope in Mauna Kea to search for trans-Neptunian objects that might help them determine the location of a large planet 9 that may be extant in the solar system. And they stumbled upon a 24.6 magnitude object that has now been determined to have a maximum possible diameter of 406 miles. And this object was named 2018 VG18, or Far Out, as it was nicknamed by the group. And this object has an orbit that takes it from 37.8 astronomical units out, which is not quite as far as Pluto, and as far out as 124.9 astronomical units. That was the first object we ever discovered that has part of its orbit beyond 100 astronomical units. And in fact, right now, it's almost at aphelion. It's almost at that full distance of 123 astronomical units currently. Now, some photographs were taken a month before this, about 10 months before this discovery, but sat in a drawer until early in 2019. And those photographs, when they were finally reviewed in 2019, revealed another object that you see bouncing around here in subsequent images. This object was magnitude plus 25.3, has a maximum diameter of about 393 miles. And a long time passed before the discovery of this object was announced, because they wanted to be very careful about determining the actual orbital parameters. But now the object has been named. It was originally designated 2018 AG-37. Now it's called Far, Far Out, and is today the furthest object that we know of in the solar system. And currently it lies almost at its full distance. It lies also at or close to aphelion here at 132 astronomical units distance. And that is well more than 3 times further than the orbit of Neptune here, as you can see. Since then, 2 more objects have been discovered that are also have orbits that take them out beyond 100 astronomical units, but currently Far, Far Out is the furthest object that we know of in the solar system. So that's a new record for you. And here's an artist's conception of what it might look like if you were visiting the vicinity of Far, Far Out.
That's way out.
Yeah, way out. Okay, on to the questions. These are the answers from February 15th, 2022. NGC 1981 is an open cluster near the Orion Nebula. What is the common name for this cluster? And it is B, the coal car cluster. Looks like a coal car on a train. Okay, the next one was light from the Andromeda Galaxy takes 2.5 million years to reach the Earth. If you were to get a ride on the back of a photon traveling from Andromeda to the Earth, how long would the trip seem to take from your perspective? The answer is 0 time. Photons move at the speed of light and experience no time. And finally, Fred Whipple of Harvard College Observatory developed a hypothesis to explain how comets behave. What object did he suggest as a model or comparison to a comet? And the answer was a dirty snowball. And the correct answers from February 15th were provided by John Williams, Rich Kraling, Josh Kovach, Michael Overacker, and Neil Cox. Congratulations to them, and they will be added to the door prize list for the end of the month. And here are tonight's questions. Please send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. That email address appears at the bottom of each slide. Here's the first one. Discovered in 2005 and initially thought to be a new major planet in the solar system, this object was initially named Xena. What is it? Is it Eris, Haumea, Makemake, or Sedna? Okay, question 2. Edwin Hubble made his seminal discoveries of the existence of other galaxies and the expansion of the universe using a telescope of what aperture? Is it 40 inches, 72 inches, 100 inches, or 200 inches? And finally, tonight, at 8 p.m. on January 26, 2022, I observed a large dome of light extending from the southwest horizon in Aquarius all the way to Aries near the zenith. What was I seeing? And here is a depiction of that phenomenon. No
Was
multiple.
that taken the night that you saw that?
No,
or-
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Although it completely ruined any chance I had at observing 2 particular objects I was looking for in Cetus. I can tell you that. It was an amazingly bright phenomenon. I almost named it. Thanks, Scott. Okay.
I think I could trip you up there.
Yes, finally, we'd like to invite you to join us for Astronomical League Live on Friday, March 11th at 7 p.m. Our guest speaker that night will be Mike Shaw, and he will be giving a talk on getting started in landscape astrophotography. And thank you very much, Scott, and good night to everyone.
Chuck, thank you, man.
Stop share. There we go.
There we go. Okay, that's great. Here we go.
Thank you,
And
Chuck.
I'm back. I'm back, and I'm so pleased to be back. That was, first off, I want to say that was an awesome little like mini presentation. Okay, that propelled us all into the depths of space. Okay, I have often dreamed about having a pop-up astronomy outreach event where we would just show up at some busy shopping center or something, and people would throw down telescopes, throw down soapboxes, you would have people give 5 or 10 minute mini lectures about our place in space, and then you run to a telescope, and as fast as we could set up, we tear down and poof, we're gone. Okay, and maybe one day we have an outreach event like that, but Global Star Party is very close to that, and so we're able to collect fantastic speakers from all over the planet, and one of them that I'm always very honored to present is the editor-in-chief of Astronomy magazine, Dave Eicher. Astronomy magazine is, I believe, the world's most widely read astronomy publication, and Dave Eicher has been coming on to this program regularly to share not only his passion for all things in space, but his passion in mineralogy, his crystal collections, and insights that he has about almost any subject you want to name in astronomy. So, David, you're on, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. And tonight I'm going to talk again about a little bit of planetary science and some more minerals. So I will try to share my screen, and I will see if you can see my screen, and I will try to start a slideshow. And as you know, I've been talking about various mineral species, and there's another favorite that I have tonight. It's not gold. And this is not mine either, this one from my collection. This is, I was just out in Tucson at the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show. This was a gold specimen that I took a picture of there that's bigger than your hand. So this is not in my collection, but it was pretty spectacular. So I took a picture of it there. Tonight, however, I'd like to talk about something that's a little bit different and talk about this principle, how the universe is ordered, and it's not ordered by imaginary superstition, but it's ordered by science and the principles of physics and chemistry and astrophysics and cosmology. Historically, there's been a lot of thought on this. Of course, as we've talked about, Thomas Jefferson, a great hero of mine and some others, talked about how I believe in a divinely ordered universe. Before Jefferson's time, Isaac Newton, one of the first great modern physicists, and if you will, to some degree, an astronomer, said truth is ever to be found in the simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things. So we've had over 1,000 years or a little bit more a journey trying to find the clarity of how things really work in scientific terms. And as you know, in recent times, evidenced by what's happening in the news and with the struggles we've gone through in several ways the last few years, we still have a long way to go educating a lot of people to understand how things really work, but we're starting to get there. The bottom line is that the universe is ordered not by supernatural design, but by the principles of physics. Minerals demonstrate that, and they're interesting because we can hold them in our hand, and we know through spectroscopy that chemistry is universal throughout the cosmos. And so we can imagine, although temperatures and pressures and all sorts of other conditions vary throughout the cosmos, many of the constituents, the elements that make these things up, are spread throughout the universe, and we could have minerals that are very similar to the ones that make up our planet, how a planet is made, making up many of these other exoplanets near us in the galaxy and in countless, or actually about 100 billion galaxies that exist out in the cosmos as well. Minerals demonstrate that order because their atoms are assembled in precise ways by electrochemical attractions, not by accident, but by inherent properties of the atoms that make them up and guide them into assembling in what mineralogists call a specific crystal lattice. So it's not voodoo and it's not magic, but it's science because of the principles of the matter that makes them up. So tonight I wanted to talk a little bit about another favorite mineral of mine that is pretty easy to get as collectors go at places like the Tucson Gem Show. And it comes in lots and lots of colors as well, and it's pretty too. So it's kind of a favorite among collectors. Smithsonite, and it's zinc carbonate. It was first named Lapis calaminaris by the first modern mineralogist of all in the 16th century Agricola. He named it that. By the 18th century, it was called calamine, and by 1832 was named smithsonite to honor the English benefactor of what became the Smithsonian Institution, James Smithson, who never set foot in Washington or anywhere in the United States, but he's very well known because our national museums are built around his name. So this mineral comes in all sorts of colors, as I mentioned: white, gray, yellow, green, blue, pink, purple, bluish gray, brown, colorless, and a whole bunch more as well. And those colors really don't come from zinc, but they come from impurities. And I'll talk a little bit about that, of other kinds of atoms that sneak in small numbers in these crystals, and they color the minerals in different ways. And that's kind of an understanding that is generally in its infancy, kind of analogous to planetary scientists understanding where specific meteorites came from. That's a very difficult thing for planetary scientists to decipher, because you're running the cosmic movie backwards and looking at asteroids colliding and breaking up and so on. Mineralogists are in the fairly early stages of examining, which is a tricky business, what colors lots of minerals and why. Smithsonite is a member of the calcite group, which is a very common mineral of carbonate. And it's a secondary mineral in the oxidation zones of zinc ore deposits. So there are zinc minerals that exist and then become oxidized. Oxygen, of course, as we've talked about before, really loves to react with other things. And there's a lot of it on Earth. There are about 5,000 mineral species on Earth, mostly because of, well, not mostly, but in part because of oxygen. Before there was a lot of free oxygen on Earth, there were about a third as many. And on a place like Mercury or the moon, you could only have something on the order of about 1,000 minerals. So oxygen multiplies the number of minerals that you can get, which makes it interesting. Smithsonite has a trigonal crystal structure, which means it has a 3-field rotational axis. Here's a simple diagram of how a crystal is formed. And I just wanted again to show you some examples of specimens of smithsonite and the kind of real range of color, and also the kinds of crystals and the structure mineralogists call the crystal habit. And it varies a lot in terms of how smithsonite can form as well. This is called cadmium smithsonite. The strong yellow color comes in part from cadmium atoms, but also maybe from some other little impurities. It's become clear. This is a piece from Arkansas here. That's a very bright piece at a very famous mineral locality there, Scott, that's called Rush, the Rush district in Arkansas. This is a cobaltuan smithsonite, which is contaminated and comes in these rose or pink colored colors, and a variety of them because of cobalt atoms and some other impurities as well. This is from a very famous old mining district called Sumeb in Namibia that was mined by German miners for many, many years, going way, way back. And here's a range, which is kind of interesting. This is cadmium smithsonite, the bright yellow stuff here, again from Sumeb. But you can see as these crystals were formed from very hot, enriched fluids that crystallize over time with the right kinds of elements that then can cool and crystallize. You can see that the chemistry changed here, and it went from a sort of a colorless to a yellow to an orange to a dark sort of burnt red or red-orange. So that's an interesting kind of specimen where you can see that the fluids actually changed as this piece crystallized. Here's a bright white smithsonite from a famous area, Sardinia in Italy, that produces all kinds of minerals there. Here's a very sort of pink rosettes, an unusual crystal structure for smithsonite that's a Spanish piece with a couple of other kinds of mineral species stuck there in there with it as well. Here is a sort of a butterscotch colored, very tiny, almost pyramidal crystals from an unusual mine in Zambia that is from a fairly exotic locale. And this is a piece of fluorite. We talked about fluorite a number of weeks ago in these cubes. It's a very simple mineral that has a cubic crystallization. And this is a coating of smithsonite over the top of this fluorite from an Irish locality here. There are recent discoveries of this really bright cadmium smithsonite that is very strongly lemon yellow colored. This is one that was found a locality and lots of good specimens coming out from the construction of an enormous dam in recent times in China just a few years ago. And this is the most famous kind of smithsonite from the United States, comes from the Kelly mine in Socorro County, New Mexico. Does anyone have a guess as to what's really close to this famous mine in our world of astronomy in Socorro County, New Mexico? The Very Large Array radio telescope is right down the road from this famous mine. And this produces this sort of glistening, very bright blue, sea green, blue-green kind of smithsonite that is colored by copper atoms. Here's more copper-rich smithsonite. This is from Sumeb again, which is a big smithsonite district, as you can imagine here. Some more from Arkansas, Scott. Here, this colorless, these botryoidal or ball-like smithsonite here back to Rush, Arkansas. It's a very great locality for this stuff. And here you can see that there are impurities of various kinds that give very strong pink and purple colors from this famous mining district in Sinaloa, Mexico, where a lot of smithsonite has come from over the last generation as well. So you can see there's a huge variety of colors and of shapes of crystals and so on as well. This is an old piece that was in my father's collection going back to the 1930s at least here, that again from California, that again shows a lot of copper in this greenish stuff, and then the copper ran out and later there was some crystallized colorless stuff on top of it. This is a favorite piece of mine because some of the brightest, most striking cadmium smithsonite is cadmium atoms and other probably iron-rich stuff, which colors this smithsonite very strongly lemon yellow, comes from a famous mine called the Masua mine in Italy. And this is a cut and polish. It's a large piece about the size of a hand and is cut and polished here to show the banding that's sort of like a stalactite there. And this shows you, here's kind of rough stuff from that same area in Sardinia there that shows you this kind of a little bit a calmer looking sort of lemon yellow smithsonite. So you can see there's a great range of this stuff. And James Smithson didn't really know anything about this, that we would all be talking about him and this mineral, or that there would be a great series of museums in Washington and elsewhere in his name. But anyway, this mineral is named for him, and it's a good one. And it gives you a little window again into what some other planets may be like that have minerals almost certainly very much like this. I also wanted to end, Scott, if I could, and I don't think I'm exposing
Absolutely.
anything that you don't want to talk about. If I say that you and I have been colluding a little bit about this subject too, and I'll let you talk a little bit about it too, but we formally pulled together the plan now for the Starmus, the 6th Starmus Festival, which is a large international science festival that typically is attracted from about 3,000 to 5,000 people. This is the first post a pandemic, of course, go that we'll have this year, September 5th through the 10th in Yerevan, Armenia. Garrick Israelian, who's an astronomer in the Canary Islands, the founder and director of STARMUS, is of Armenian ancestry. And so it's going to be a very proud thing for Garrick to go back to his home country. And we will be there. There'll be many speakers that we announce over the coming weeks and few months. And this is an event where you can go and hear a lot of very distinguished speakers, and also people like me, and get very close to them and rub shoulders with them and talk to them and get to know them a bit and so on as well. So the first sort of round of speakers that we're announcing with STARMUS includes Charlie Duke and Nicole Stott and the astronaut, Kip Thorne, who's the world's leading authority on black holes. Now that our dear departed Stephen is gone, his good friend, George Smoot, who's a Nobel-winning cosmologist. You may know Garrick, the founder of the festival, Jill Tarter, who's of course, the very famous SETI pioneer, and even people like me will be speaking there as well. We also, STARMUS stands for Stars and Music. And the founders and the board members, along with me and Garrick and some of the others, feel that, exercising both halves of the brain is really important. There's the science and there's art and music as well. And so we have some rock and roll at STARMUS, and we'll be announcing those in coming weeks as well. Past performers have included our good pal Brian May, the founding guitarist of Queen, Rick Wakeman, who you may know is the greatest rock and roll keyboardist, formerly of Yes, Peter Gabriel, Brian Eno, Hans Zimmer, Steve Vai, Grace Potter, and Sarah Brightman. And the theme this year is going to focus on 50 years on Mars. It was 50 years ago, now just a little bit more than 50 years ago, actually, that Mars 3, the Russian probe, and Mariner 9, the first great American probe, made it to Mars in 1971. And so we'll be looking at a half century of Mars and what we're likely to discover in the future, with a lot of important planetary scientists who will be speaking there as well. Scott, I don't know if you want to add anything more. You're going to be
can't really add much
too.
more to how amazing all that's going to be. I can say that we're very honored to be selected as the group to head up the Star Party portion of STARMUS, and so the organizers are busy planning out where exactly we would host these star parties, or if there's more than one, if there's just one, that's still being kind of sorted out. But willing, I will broadcast from the event, and we've been given the clearance to do that. So I intend to try to bring as many of you who will watch to see some live activity going on from the STARMUS event. And it's an event I've wanted to go to for a long time as well. I see people in chat going, gosh, I wish I could find a sponsor. I could do all the rest of that. I will tell you that I think in prior years, it was expensive to go, okay? And this will probably be the most affordable time for you to go. The Yerevan has reasonable priced accommodations. It is not like a super expensive location, but it is super rich in history, and it is the birthplace of Garrick Israelian, who was the founder, I think the chief founder of STARMUS. So
that's right. Yeah,
I'm really, really excited about it. So
it'll be great. We're looking forward to it. We hope to see all of you there. There's really nothing like it. It's quite amazing.
Yes, there is a question. We've got at least one person that's super seriously interested. Will there be any assistance to find accommodations or?
Yes, and I should have said in my flurry, if you go to starmus.com, you can see all of the information there, and there you can get in touch with the organizers, and they can guide you to find accommodations. And I can mention, just to add to what you said, Scott, it will be quite affordable this time, because the president of Armenia is a physicist, And the Armenian government is helping to put it on this time. And so it will be very affordable in terms of the cost of the festival itself, and the accommodations and such are very affordable because it's Armenia, not Manhattan. So,
right.
So yeah, but it's good. We have at least one country where a physicist is running things now.
That's right. They finally get it right. Okay, well, that's awesome. David, thank you so much. We did not mention where you can get your subscription to Astronomy magazine, but they have the greatest URL of any of us that are in this industry, and it's astronomy.com. So if you can't remember that, then I guess I'll write it down for you.
Astronomy.com. Yes, indeed. And if you want to complain about anything to me, it's editor@astronomy.com. That's an easy one to remember as well.
Well, I don't think you'll get too many complaints. So, okay. So up next is we have a young enthusiast coming on, and I'm really happy to have her join our program. It's her first time. Is it Taara? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Taara.
Taara. Okay, so Taara is, I think, one of the founding members of the Cosmic Generation, and this is a young group that has formed, and I believe you have members. Do you have members beyond Canada, or are they all in Canada at this time?
Yeah, Canada, the US, and Brazil right now.
And Brazil. Okay, so it's global. All right, so that makes it even more exciting. You have started a project, but tell us a little bit about the Cosmic Generation and what you guys hope to do.
Yeah, so actually Nathan was going to do that before I spoke, so I don't know if he wants to come on.
Well, all right. Well, that's fine. Is Nathan with you?
He's on.
Let's find. Let's see if we can get him on here.
I think he left. Yeah. Okay. There he's coming on.
It's coming back.
He's watching, going, wait a minute. Here we go, Nathan. You talked a little bit about this before, so I'm gonna put you on with Taara.
Sorry about that. It appears that my computer just crashed about twice last minute. So, but yeah, now I'm here. So, I don't know. Do you just want me to talk about the Cosmic Generation or something?
Yeah, how did it get formed, and what do you guys hope to do with the Cosmic Generation?
Oh, I mean, how it got formed. I'd say the people in Denver would know more of a backstory than I do, but we just kind of we are all a collective group of space nerds with the common goal of sharing the awesomeness of the universe with youth around the world. And we hope to inspire the next generation of astronomers, because we are quite literally the Cosmic Generation. Our next meeting, our next workshop is planned for March the 13th, which will be on the scale of the universe. And the announcement poster is almost ready for that. But our last meeting on February the 13th was a art workshop on extremophiles. And Taara, I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to share my screen.
Yeah, and I have your video, Taara, so if you want me to stream it anytime, let me know.
Okay, yeah, so okay, so on February 13th, we had a talk on drawing aliens. So sorry. So our talk was based on a talk given by Bettina Farget, who is a past RASC president. She was also the director of the Artist in Resident program at SETI. And she actually joined us for this workshop, and we hope to do more collaborations with SETI in the future with Cosmic Generation. So yeah, the first thing we discussed about was drawing supplies. So ideally, everyone would have a blank paper, a sketch pad, and some pencils to draw. And as you go further in drawing, H, HB, and B pencils would be nice to use like for the different shadings. So I did show how to use the different pencils. And of course, since some aliens will be colorful, it's nice to have some colored pencils or some markers. But the most important tool we used was our imagination. So when we think about aliens, most of the time we picture the ones we've seen in comic books or on TV. But to get a better answer of what they would really look like, we had to first think about the environments they would be living in. So we talked about some of the places they could live in, yeah. So like the deep sea vents on Europa and Enceladus, or the Martian polar ice caps, which are similar to places on Earth. And then we also had to think about the life forms that could thrive in these environments. So extremophiles. So the three main extremophiles we talked about were tardigrades, the scalyfoot snail, and tube worms. Tardigrades because we wanted to show that some could be microscopic. Tube worms to show that there could be colonies. And the scalyfoot snail because I found it really interesting because it's the only known organism to have metal components, in this case iron sulfides, into its skeleton, or in this case its shell and scales. And it's also the animal with the biggest heart relative to body size, which helps it live in its low oxygen environment. Unfortunately, it's also the first animal to be listed as endangered due to deep sea mining. So finally, once we knew kind of what our aliens could be like, we had to start creating them. So we had to think about different things to create it. The first thing we had to think about was what extreme environments it would be in. So whether it would live in an extreme hot environment, an extremely cold environment, an acid, underwater, or something different like radiation or pressure. We could also think about whether it has predators or not. We also had to think about the type of alien we were going to draw, whether it was going to be a colony, whether it was going to be an individual alien, and the shape of alien, so whether it was going to look like a tube or like more like a round shape. Then we talked about how it would move, so whether it would have limbs like arms, legs, tentacles, whether it would have fins, or if it would have wings. We then talked about how if it would see or if it would have antenna to feel the air. And lastly, we talked about whether it would eat, like how it would eat. So since they do need energy or food in some way, so whether it uses gills to exchange minerals with the air or the liquid it's in, or whether it has one or more mouths, or whether it has a completely different way of eating. So you could use your imagination with all of these. Or whether it could absorb the sunlight or not. So now that we know kind of how they created these aliens, I'm going to stop sharing and have Scott show the video of all the aliens our participants came up with.
Okay, so let's do this. And here we go.
Okay, so with the great things all these students did, we thought it was only right to have a draw. So courtesy of Scott, we have a 150 gift certificate draw for the Explore Scientific shop. So I've got all the names of the participants in here, and we're gonna reach in and see who's getting it. And it's Francine.
So Francine will be emailing you soon.
So Francine, where does Francine live?
I believe she's in Brazil.
In Brazil, great. Okay, well, all she has to do is get in touch with us. Francine, if you're watching, you can contact me directly and we will send off your gift certificate to you. So
Dina will email her.
yeah, you guys send me, if you could send me the email address to my email at s@explorescientific.com. Your dad has the email address for sure. Okay, well, that's great. And so what is the next project? What are we going to see next from the cosmic generation?
Well, our next meeting planned for March the 13th focuses on the scale of the universe, because in so many depictions and drawings, like, I think it's fair to say that we've accepted that we are not the center of the universe, but even so, many depictions of our universe place us at a higher rank than we actually are. And I feel like we need to embrace the fact that we are unimaginably small. So our next workshop is going to be an optimistic way of looking at that, the immense scale of the universe, which should hopefully inspire more of a sense of awe than insignificance. Yes, that is the plan for our next meeting.
Great. Well, great. Well, I look forward to seeing more projects, things that you guys can share on Global Star Party. And again, Francine, congratulations. And Taara and Nathan, thanks for both of you for coming on.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Great. Okay, so let's transition here. We will go to our next speaker. Is known worldwide for his incredible astrophotographs. I can hardly even say it. When I think of Jason Guenzel and the vast reaches and the images that I'll never be able to scrub out of my mind, it's awesome to have him come on and to show the images that he does and to explain, what it is that we're seeing as he, pierces ever deeper into the universe with his telescope. So, Jason, thanks for coming on tonight and giving some more time to the Global Star Party. It's great.
Well, thanks so much for having me, Scott. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on here and present some of my images. I always feel a little underprepared when the predecessors come with nice presentations and eloquently speak about the vast reaches of the universe before I come on. But yeah, there's good talks so far, and I hope to further that enjoyment of the night sky. So I've just got a few images to share that I've shot or processed as of late. And one of the big pieces of news I had recently is, let me share my screen here. Let me know if it comes through. All right.
Yeah.
You should see the moon.
We see it now.
So just a couple days ago, I had the honor of getting selected for the Astronomy Picture of the Day for one of my images. This image here, I shot actually quite some time ago, and I've reprocessed it several times using the existing data that I had. And just a few days ago, got the note from one of the APOD administrators that they've selected my images. So it ran a couple days ago now, and this image is a close-up of the ARP 273, the 273rd cataloged object in the Halton ARP catalog. And that catalog, if you're unfamiliar with it, demonstrates a lot of interesting interacting galaxies and clusters of galaxies that were assumed to be interacting in some way. And the catalog itself is listed as a peculiar galaxies. So this one is definitely peculiar, and that it's a very unique looking. I personally think it looks like a rose viewed from afar. You can see the top of the rose there, and then the top galaxy. And published this one in honor of St. Valentine's Day, and sent it into APOD, and they selected it. But the write-up just goes on to explain a little bit about the galaxies. This pair here is 300 million light years away, and it's a very tiny thing to observe telescopically. These two galaxies combined span just over an arc minute, which might not mean much to somebody who's not shooting astrophotography, but it's extraordinarily small object. It just fills a very small fraction of my field of view in my telescope, and this telescope shoots at 1500 millimeter focal length, so it's a very distant and small object to observe. But what we see here are two galaxies kind of intertwined in a cosmic dance as their gravitational interaction plays out. The galaxy to the bottom, and these don't have fancy names, they're just catalog names, which you can see in the description below, but that the lower, more spindly galaxy is assumed to have passed through the upper galaxy and sort of twisted and bent its outer arm downward in this view, and that's kind of what you can visualize here. Now, there's a couple other features visible in the Hubble image, which I'll bring up, which is a very amazing shot in its own right, because you can see the amount of detail that the Hubble Space Telescope can pull out of this interaction. And when you look at it with this sort of resolution, you can see obviously many more background galaxies, but you can also see features that aren't visible in mine, which is a galactic interloper here, kind of within the arm of the upper galaxy. It's thought to be a dwarf or something interacting with the outer arms. And then you can see, more distant spiral galaxies seen through this galaxy. And this galaxy is 300 million light years away. When we look at things like this galaxy that I'm hovering over with my mouse, we're talking about, billions of light years away. So it's just unimaginable distances. But, all told, I was pretty honored to get the APOD for the award for this image. And, it's not necessarily an award as in you're getting any kind of prize. It's just kind of the honor of being recognized by NASA for the images that you produce. So it's definitely something that astrophotographers place value on. Was there a question? Sorry.
I said that is a big deal.
Yeah. To certain circles, it is. It is. Yeah.
Well, Jason, as someone who came close to getting one for light pillars and haven't sniffed any close to it since, I applaud you. I know that a lot of us in our astrophotography group, a few of us have gotten some APODs, and this one is definitely well deserved. And my personal congratulations on and it's a well done image.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Even better than being a well done image. Yep, off the beaten path a little bit too.
Yeah, I tend
You
to
know, so
operate that way. You
uh,
can see, you know, thousands of images of the Rosette and Orion Nebula. So I try to find these things that are a little less
exactly,
traveled.
exactly.
And I did this little overlay here just to show my image against the Hubble image. So at least at this magnification, they're pretty similar, I would say. But obviously, once you zoom in, the Hubble takes the cake. But really kind of drives home, you know, what we're expecting out of the James Webb Space Telescope, just things unimaginable resolution and observable distant objects that weren't visible in the past.
You know, Jason, I want to make a comment. I remember hearing John Dobson give a talk, and someone was asking him about astrophotography. And, you know, John Dobson was just strictly a visual observer. And he said that he really didn't see any point in you know, making astrophotographs when, you know, you've got things like Hubble Space Telescope making incredible images in the world's largest observatories. And I gave that a bit of thought. And, you know, that's a little bit like saying, well, you know, I'll just watch someone climb this mountain instead of climbing this mountain by myself. Okay. And depending, you know, if your skill as a climber, maybe you get there faster, you reach a more interesting part of that peak, you set some sort of record. But the fact that you can climb that mountain and do it yourself and experience it yourself, nothing can replace that. And that goes for all the people that might be just starting astrophotography, rank beginners. I mean, you've shown your first images ever, Jason, compared to where you are right now. And you can see where this incredible journey is taken, Jason. Okay. And it's wonderful that you share it with us on Global Star Party, but doing it yourself is a big deal and can't be replaced.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, you know, part of the reason why personally I started doing this is just the exploration of it. You know, it's one thing to, and maybe this relates to what, you know, Dobson was saying, but, you know, you want to see it with your own eyes. Well, in my case, I substituted a camera for my eyes, but, you know, I want to go out there and see this stuff, and I want to see that it's real, you know, that that makes it somewhat relatable to me as a person. And you know, I can look at that image that Hubble shot, and yeah, it's cool, but I have no idea how it sits in space. What, you know, is it visible to me?
Context.
Where, you know, yeah, context. So, right. And there's some things I can do that Hubble can't. You know, the Hubble's got a very limited field of view. It can look at these tiny things and show them in great detail, but you don't get surrounding context with Hubble Space Telescope. So, you know, shooting from your backyard, you definitely can do things that professional telescopes can't do. And you know, people think magnification, but you step back and you look at these objects in context of the surrounding sky, and all of a sudden, you know, they put the pieces together. So, you know, I think shooting in wide field has a lot of value, and I think, you know, more so than people give it credit for. There's a constant push to get detail, but on the other side of that, it's context. So,
awesome.
And, you know, I'll further that one more with a video I put together today, which is another look at Hubble versus my shot. So this is an object called Hove's object, which is a distant ring galaxy 600 million light years away. And I went after this trying to see if I could shoot it from home. And you look at this zoomed out shot, and that's what I got. You know, this distant little ring around a golden yellow core. Zooming into that, we fade into the Hubble shot, and all of a sudden you can see what that actually is, and it's amazing. You know, it defies logic and even scientific explanation at this point how that object was actually formed. It's a almost perfectly symmetrical ring around a nucleus core of older yellow stars. That they're still trying to explain this from a scientific standpoint as far as how this developed and where it came from. One really cool aspect about this is if you look at it when it's zoomed in and when you're looking at the Hubble shot, I'll try to pause it here. We're looking at a galaxy that's 600 million light years away. It's a ring galaxy, which by itself is exceedingly rare. But through the inside of the ring galaxy, there's another ring galaxy right here.
Oh, wow.
You can see
A ring
that.
within a ring.
It's a ring within a ring. That ring galaxy is almost 2 billion light years away.
Wow.
And I mean, it's hard to stress the rarity, but I mean, if you look up ring galaxies and get a list of them, say Wikipedia or whatever, you know, there's a handful, maybe a few dozen of them that are noted and observed. And yet we've got one inside of the other here. So it's quite an amazing view that Hubble produced. And then, you know, zooming out, you get the context of just that little tiny object floating out there in space. So this is the entire field of view of my telescope. From top to bottom here is about the angular width of the full moon in the sky. So that gives you an idea of how tiny this object is in the sky.
It's awesome. There it is. It's just cradled around those stars. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
All right. So so we talked a little bit about context. I was on vacation actually a couple of weeks ago. I took a trip to Maui, Hawaii, and I couldn't leave without taking my photographic equipment. So in the middle of the night, I got up and I drove up to the Haleakala crater at the summit and shot a Milky Way shot, bringing in the first image of Milky Way season here. So this is standing from the summit of Haleakala on Maui, looking towards the rising sun. So this was taken, I think, about 5:30 a.m. So just after astronomical dawn, when the sunlight began to illuminate the upper atmosphere. So it kind of cast the sky in a blue and magenta tone. But the backdrop of the Milky Way was still there and very prominent. And if you've ever been up there, it was my first time up there at night. And though there is light pollution from the island, the stars are just, or the sky is a velvet black, you know, the stars sparkling on it. It's quite a sight. And as the sun rose, you know, the splash of colors just went crazy. Something you can also see in this image is the zodiacal light, which was mentioned earlier in the program. I won't say where, but you can see the spear of light that comes up kind of over the core of the Milky Way. That's actually the light that's reflected off the dust in the solar system. So the sunlight reflects off that light and comes back to us. So we're actually seeing the plane of the solar system there. And this year we're kind of lucky to see the brilliant Venus right alongside the Milky Way there. So I'm from Michigan and I live in the north. Everything to the right of this image I've never seen before with my eyes in the night sky. So that was quite a treat.
Yeah, the 4 stars that are kind of stretched here, I do believe that is Crux.
Yeah,
you got Crux right there.
Southern Cross here, yeah.
Yep.
And
the coal sack is covered by clouds.
Right. This is the Omega Centauri star cluster here.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the Centaurus A galaxy. You can kind of see a little fuzzy patch there.
Yeah.
When I was putting this image together, I saw those two fuzzy spots and I had to look them up because I'm unfamiliar, you know, looking visually at this part of the sky. And off in the distance, this is the big island of Hawaii. That's Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, visible from, I think I'm 80 to 100 miles away from them right now, right, you know, standing on this peak. I got one more thing to share with you, if you bear with me. This is an image I've just been working on the last couple of days. This is the, let me make it full screen here. This is the Siamese twin galaxies, or I've been told that that may be somewhat of a derogatory name. So NASA renamed this as the butterfly galaxy pair. And these are two galaxies in the process of their first brush with each other. So these two are actually physically interacting, and they know that because there's a starburst activity along the plane of the intersection here between the two. And so this is a lot like, say, the Milky Way and Andromeda will look in a few billion years when they start to pass each other or collide with each other. And this pair is, I don't know the distance to this off the top of my head. Anyway, a lot of cool stuff visible in the background of this image too. I've identified quasars, which are, actually I can find it here.
I love all the colors.
Yeah, this little blip right here, if you can see my cursor, this little dot here is a quasar that's almost 12 billion light years away. I was just kind of identifying objects in here as I was waiting for my turn. So that's definitely one of the most distant objects that I've been able to capture. But it's always fun to go through and poke around the background of these images and see what you can see. And that's it for my little tour of the universe. If you ever have any curiosity or want to find my work, you can find me, as Scott said, at the Vast Reaches. I use that username on pretty much all the social platforms. And
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wow.
thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
y'all
Oh,
today.
that's all. That's all. Just the whole universe.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent work, Jason, as always.
Incredible.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, any one of these images, I put, I think this one you're looking at here is 20 hours of integration. So that's 20 hours of telescope time taking pictures. And then I don't even want to hazard a guess as to how long I spent putting them together and processing them. But it's a lot of time, and it ends up being a labor of love. So I'm glad it's enjoyed.
Thank you. Thank you. It's beautiful stuff. I think that we still have more to go in our first segment. And coming up next is Allendria Brunjes. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name. I'm sorry, but
totally fine. I also butcher it all the time. It's like in different languages, I say it in different ways too. So
do
it's,
you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and you are the editor-in-chief of Sky News magazine, which is published by the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. But how old is the magazine?
Sky News is now, we had our 25th anniversary in 2020. So I guess that would put us just about 27 years old now. 27
years old. That's great. That's great. And you've been with the magazine for how many years now?
Since December 2019. So that makes it about two years, two years and a few months. Yeah.
Wonderful. It's a great magazine. I've read it myself. So, and we're honored, of course, to have you on Global Star Party and participating in this program. Looking at all the people that have presented so far, I think that we're making good on our theme of humanity's cosmic reach. In astrophotography, through the imagination of young people, and all the people that have been on so far, it's just been really wonderful. And and we're very happy to have you on as well, because I know that you're going to talk about where astronomers can go in Canada to do their what they love to do. So, all right.
This has been this is a a very, I've been starstruck by the panel members here. This is quite the panel. And yeah, so I came on to talk about, and I was going to use this as kind of a basis. So our most recent issue is a special issue about travel. And so about 90% of what we're talking about is places in Canada that you can go to see dark skies. And some other kind of fun, to use a word I think that Nathan may have mentioned, like space nerd kind of stuff. Yeah, so I was going to share my screen so that I didn't have to actually like just hold my magazine right up to my camera.
No problem.
So I was, let's see, share there. So you'll get a view of the actual pages here. I'll try to keep some of the Zoom stuff out of the way. Yeah, like so we started it off, I wanted to kind of say like, you know, a look at the entire world. And so we actually got Canadian Space Agency astronaut Roberta Bondar to open with a column, and she's talking about her perspective of the Earth, which she has seen from space, but also she's done a lot of amazing work down here in order to try and keep the Earth, you know, our little blue dot in the distance, healthy. Great column. And so she works, she's done some work up in northern Alberta, and I think the kind of southern Northwest Territories and the Wood Buffalo region. And she talks about that specifically with cranes. The next story was a little bit of a history piece, Sudbury, Ontario, which is just north of where I am. I'm currently based in Toronto, but my grandmother refers to me as a Rolling Stone. I can be found pretty much anywhere at any time. And so Sudbury is just north of me right now. And it has a connection to the Apollo 16, to Apollo 16. So this was a piece that was looking back at that on its 50th anniversary. The next piece. So this, so this again, it's not about dark skies, but it's about how to incorporate space or astronomy into a trip that you might be making. And so here we looked at visiting outer space on Earth. So different places in our solar system that you might be able to find kind of a similar place to here. This writer, she's a planetary scientist, and she's based in the Yukon, which is the north in Canada. It's in the north, a territory in the north. And so she spoke about volcanic cones, impact craters, lava lakes, lava flows, dunes, beaches, and caves. Things, you know, when you're going out on a trip, you might not think, well, you know, this is something I might be able to see on Mars, but it's kind of neat to make that correlation. Here, this was just a review of the telescope, great telescope, the Starfield Gear 80 refractor. And Trevor Jones wrote this piece about taking your astrophotography on the road. How do you shoot for the stars when you are not at home? For somebody like me right now based in Toronto, it's kind of hard to see the stars. I mean, I think I saw some of the, you know, brightest ones in Orga last night when I was looking up. You can see Orion, but you know, you're hard pressed to see the nebula. And so this past weekend, I was up in Mattawa, which is east of North Bay, kind of close to the Quebec border. And so they had darker skies up there, and so it was great. I wanted to kind of talk to the fact that, like, when you're in those kinds of situations, like, you may not be able to take your home-built observatory and, you know, set up, but you can always take what you can. One of the writers of Sky News, Blake Nancaro, a little while ago wrote, you can run what you brung. And sometimes that just might be like a smaller telescope or a set of binoculars, but you can inspire other people to really strive for a better understanding of the universe with these things, including yourself. And so this great piece, Trevor Jones, is awesome. Chris Vaughn, I think many of you here know him and have read his stuff before. He writes a piece for us called Beyond Messier. So different objects that you can take a look at that are not Messier objects, but kind of the next step. Now this is like, so kind of taking it back to those Messier objects. We are just coming up on the season of the Messier Marathon. So for those of you who find the Messier Marathon too easy, you can try to run a bi-marathon. So it's running a marathon, an actual marathon, while you are also doing the Messier Marathon. So Warren Finley has done this a couple of times now, and he's written some advice. Yeah, he's done it in the north and the south, northern and southern hemispheres. He's got a website, it's posted there, warrenfinley.com, and he's listed his attempts and moments of success with the bi-marathon. I personally haven't tried it. I don't know if I'll be doing it this year, but maybe in the future. Kind of bringing it back close to our atmosphere and Earth, we talk about the aurora. It's up here in Canada along the aurora oval, and pretty much anywhere in Canada, if it's bright enough, you'll be able to see the aurora. And so we have two pieces. This one here by Janine speaks to capturing the aurora. She gives some advice as to what apps to use to find out if tonight's the night you might be able to see it, how to scout out your spot, where to watch for the weather. And then we have this Alan Dyer piece, fantastic astrophotographer. Again, I'm sure a lot of you know him personally or have spoken to him or read his stuff.
Alan's actually in the audience watching right now. So
hi, Alan. I love this piece. We've run this photo before, and I'm all for running it again. And yeah, so he gives his views about where best to see the aurora, and also where to see the night sky. Here it's Yellowknife, and I wanted to see something about Alberta because I lived in Alberta for a few years, and it's a place that's very close to my heart. And I've seen amazing aurora shows and night sky, just different night sky phenomenon there. I saw a green fireball once driving home from work, and I saw Geminids, and I wrote this in my column too. I saw the Geminids so bright that I honestly thought, like, is it snowing? Is something falling from the sky? Is this it? Like, I was driving and I just didn't put two and two together that it was the meteor shower was happening that night. And just through the headlights of all the other cars and my car, you could just see them. It was spectacular. So I recommend Alberta as a place to go see the night sky. And here we have David Roger, and he wrote about his favorite night sky objects to look at in the north. So in the northern sky, it might not get the same accolades as the southern sky from a lot of astronomers. And so he writes about what you'll be able to see. I tried to keep a lot of the images here, those beautiful kind of Hubble-inspired images, as well as what you would see through your telescope.
That's an important difference, especially when you're doing outreach, is to explain to people what they might see and what it actually means when you can actually stack the images or pull out some of the photons.
Yeah, absolutely. Like here you've got, beautiful bright colors, and what you would actually see is something a little bit more like this. And so those faint fuzzies. So it's, like you said, especially with outreach and So for myself, like when I'm using my telescope, sometimes I expect to see the pinks and the purples. And then, you know, I pull out the telescope, look in, and I'm like, oh, it's another gray and green fuzzy, which is exciting too.
Someone who's done visual astronomy and seen both of these in a small telescope, that picture is spot on. It's exactly what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And it's even more exciting when you're actually seeing it directly and you're out there and it's cold and you capture both of them in your field of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so that's a big thanks to Chris Parfett in Bittern Lake, Alberta. I asked him, he sent that one picture in, the big, bright, beautiful one. And I said, hey, can you make it less bright and pretty? So he acquiesced to my request. And yeah, so here, the kind of pièce de résistance of this particular issue is our Skies Across Canada piece, where we're looking, and Paul Owen, who's going to be speaking, he is one of the contributors to this. And so this is the hot spots across Canada to find those dark skies. And I tried to go from coast to coast, so from Nova Scotia to British Columbia. Obviously, there are going to be places missed. I've got letters, and I really encourage people to write letters and send in pictures of their favorite places. And similar to David's email, mine is editor@skynews.ca. So feel free to write to me with those concerns, complaints, and whatever else. I will let everybody here know these two pictures were accidentally swapped late in the process. So the one here on the bottom is actually Writing on Stone Provincial Park. The one here at the top is Forget Me Not Pond in Little Elbow Provincial Recreation, Alberta. So when you're reading your Sky News, just remember to flip those. And we also included a couple of people who said that their favorite places to shoot from was just at home. Some of us are lucky enough to have those backyards that allow for great visual astronomy. And in some cases, you can use, when you're doing astrophotography, you can use filters and get out a lot of that light, but just depends on what objects you're looking for. So yeah, that is, and we've also got a list at the very back here, official dark sky sites in Canada. So places that are official that will welcome you with open arms, and you and all of your equipment. Yeah, and so that's this particular issue. For those of you who are RASC members or thinking about becoming RASC members, we have a section at the back of the magazine that talks to what RASC is doing. So we had the Yukon Center, and they kind of got together on the top of this the peak, and were able to see the solar eclipse this past June, which was they said that it was kind of a hopeful, they weren't expecting to actually even be able to see it at all, but it all worked out for them. Yeah, so that's that particular issue of Sky News. I'd also love to hear from people, like what even on this panel, like what are your tips for somebody who is going out into the wilderness and trying to do visual astronomy or astrophotography? So this past weekend when I was up in Mattawa, the thing that drove me bananas was that my glasses kept fogging up. It was approximately -22, I think. And so I have a little red dot finder, and I actually have my earlier I said to the folks on the panel I was going to grab something. So I was grabbing my telescope because I keep it in a dry bag. I don't know if you can see it. I made my own dry bag. I have like an Explore Scientific First Light 180.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah. And so I keep it in a dry bag, and I can literally throw it in a canoe and take it into the backwoods. There wasn't any canoeing this past weekend, but I did have issues with the glasses. How do you keep your glasses from fogging up?
Well, you can do what divers do, and they actually put there's material that they put on their mask that can help with that. But did you find a trick?
Did I? No.
Yeah.
I took my
No.
glasses off and tried to use my eyeballs, but I'm nearsighted, so I have to wear them for seeing at a distance. So while I'm looking through my scope, no problem. It's just that I
Sure.
couldn't find the object because I had to use my red dot finder.
Oh, I see.
So I found what I thought was Orion in the sky. Like I can find Orion. It's right there.
Sure. Right.
Except
You couldn't see it.
yeah.
I actually find in wintertime, I find it easier not to use the red dot finders and to use a small spotting scope or a smaller scope with it, just something with very low magnification, but something that I can tune to my eyes.
Okay. And that way you don't have to worry about your foggy glasses.
Or I just complain incessantly about my foggy glasses. That's also good. It's always good to have something to complain about because maybe that prohibits other things from going wrong because you're already complaining about something.
Yeah, that's this is really good point. But the batteries did die on a couple of things that I was using, so I
maybe you could fit your eyepieces and your finder scope with a prescription as well, not just a magnification.
Okay. That's a good idea.
If there's like some lens maker that would do that.
Mm-hmm.
This is David from the Vail, Arizona Center of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. Allendria, I am so glad you are here tonight and part of our Global Star Party. It is such a thrill to have you here and representing the RASC tonight. I am from the Vail, Arizona Center of the RASC. It's a bona fide center, but the only problem is that Vail, Arizona is really not a part of Canada, although we're trying to change that. I think it would be easier to make Vail a part of Canada than it would be to allow non-Canadian centers to join the RASC. So we're trying to work on that. But in any event, I love Sky News. Sky News has a wonderful history since it was started by Terry Dickinson so long ago, and still a very active publication. And if you join the RASC, you get Sky News. And I think that's a wonderful, as part of membership, I think that's a wonderful thing to know about Sky News. Allendria, welcome to our group and thank you.
I will say, David, I have no power over this, but I personally think Canada is not as much a nationality as it is a state of mind. And with that idea, I think a Vail, Arizona center makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I totally agree with that reason.
Well, I kind of think of the Vail, Arizona as like an embassy of the RASC, in Arizona. So
I like that embassy status. When we go to see David, we're on Canadian land. I like that.
And Levy is an ambassador. So there you go.
Yeah, probably easier, David, with your heritage to be an ambassador. I'm born in the USA, down here in Michigan, and not so sure we'll be annexed by Canada anytime soon, but a proud member of the RASC nonetheless. And one little funny story, you mentioned negative 22 Celsius. So here, I think that comes to about 6 degrees above Fahrenheit. When I mention that it's 6 degrees Fahrenheit, it's usually considered balmy, livable. For those of us in America, they warned me to put on double gloves and be worried about frostbite. So that was the first thing that I had to learn after joining the RASC. David, go ahead.
Actually, Adrian, my friend, minus 22 Celsius is negative something Fahrenheit, a little bit negative. And the two scales merge, they are the same. So if it's 40 below, it's 40 below.
40 below. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was 20. I thought 6 was like negative 20, but I'm from America. I can be wrong. But yeah, and I've enjoyed being a part of the RASC. Kareem is a big part of that. Pronounce your name again, Allendria, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. And I sent you an email about possibly contributing, so look out for that. I would love to reach out to the North and be a part, and hopefully as restrictions come down and I get my act together with my paperwork, I can come up and visit. So looking forward to that in the near future.
But come out to Vail at some point as well.
I will do that.
What we have here.
You
at the
have
Vail Hour Center.
the Vail Center has some dark skies there. I'm looking forward to visiting. I may choose that. I have to decide if I'm choosing that over Okie-Tex because you're a couple hours further west, and I would love to come visit.
If you have a choice, you go to Okie-Tex. I've been there.
Well, I've been there too.
And you've been there too. Yeah.
Yes.
That is really worth it.
Well, now I got to find an Okie-Tex picture for the second half of Global Star Party to show
That's
why
right.
it's worth it. so
That's
fine,
right.
I will do that. Yes,
All right.
Okie-Tex is worth it. Let me give it back to you, Scott.
All right.
Can I just ask, while Allendria is on, if she wants to mention that awesome picture behind her and the cool thing that Sky News is doing right now for their anniversary?
Sure, if that's okay, because this would lead into the next speaker, if I'm not mistaken.
True.
Yes. Yeah.
Paul Owen, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. So this image behind me is the Orion Nebula, and it is edited by Paul Owen. So Paul Owen, this data is free. So Sky News and the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, we have been so Sky News, it's the 20th anniversary of our Photo of the Week contest, and for that, we decided that we wanted to give people kind of a leg up on astro image editing. And so we decided to buy time on the robotic telescope and produce data that we would give away for free. And we would also host a series, which Paul Owen is our astrophotography guru expert, who has been training people on how to edit. And so this image he edited with, I think it was 35-ish, or just about, it was like 34.75 or something like that, hours of data. And it was narrowband and LRGB data. And also the LRGB data was taken at two different exposure settings. So some of it was, I think, 60 seconds and some of it was 2 minutes. Don't quote me on that entirely, but I'm pretty sure that was the time. And so you had to blend like the central core area with the outside, and it was a lot of work, and did a great job teaching everybody how to do that. And so thank you, Paul. I guess if this is kind of the lead into Paul, he teaches the Sky News Astro Image editing series Subs and Stars with us, and he also works with the Sunday night astronomy show and Astronomy by the Bay. He was introduced to astrophotography in 2013 and bought his first serious telescope, not knowing then what he would need, just knowing what he wanted to do. That's what he told me before. And since then, he has now, the student of astrophotography and astro image editing, has become the teacher. So thank you, Paul.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Allendria. That's bigger words than I am, I think. That's wonderful. But yeah, it's been a pleasure working on this project, and I'm going to bring it up a little later in my presentation. And thank you, Allendria, for a wonderful presentation on this month's Sky New magazine, and because I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And I did want to say hey to Jason on his A-pod. Well deserved, fantastic work, and that's just amazing to see those kind of images when you can actually compare them to the Hubble and see how close they are when you consider the resolution of what you're using and what they were using, and how close they are with no atmosphere to deal with, and us with what we do have. So that's just amazing work that he did. So hats off to him for that, for sure. So what I'm going to talk about basically is outreach through astrophotography. I am, as Allendria mentioned, I am a student of astrophotography. I always will be, because there are people that I reach out to all the time, and probably some of you folks know some of them. And I do some classes with Ron Breacher from Masters of Pixton site. Plus I do their master classes with them. So I'm forever a student of it. But at the same time, I came from where a lot of the people who are now and have just entered into astrophotography, where they came from. So that's kind of where I'll start my talk. So I'm going to try to share my screen properly here. So let me see if I can do that. And I'll pick the correct one. And then I'm going to hopefully have this work properly. And there we go, perfect. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it's working. Okay, so yeah, so outreach to astrophotography. These are some of the projects that I'm involved with. And to be totally frank, I had no idea that taking pictures of the night sky would lead me into all of these things that I'm doing now. And so it's just been like getting into a Ferrari that you've never driven, and somebody's put it in fourth gear, and you're just hanging on for dear life, because every day is like that. So it's moving along so quickly, but it's been an absolute thrill to do. So first of all, I want to say that I am. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, we're seeing it now. It's all good.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'll go back to the first slide then. Can you see that now?
Outreach
Yeah,
through
that's good.
astrophotography.
Yeah, okay. You didn't see that slide before?
We were
Okay.
seeing your desktop.
Okay, sorry, my
US
apologies.
version.
But,
Anyway,
but it was
so-
a nice desktop. So
It's part of the harbor in St. John, actually. So yeah, so outreach to astrophotography. So these are, again, some of the projects that I'm currently involved with. And I'll touch base a little bit on each of them. But the whole idea behind this talk is not so much about showing my astrophotography as opposed to showing where astrophotography can actually lead you. And sometimes, we are led to places that we never, ever expect to be. So first of all, I am a proud member of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and I'm in the New Brunswick chapter, but I talk to people all over the country, and it's an absolutely wonderful group of people, like any astronomical society is. I'm also a member of the St. John Astronomy Club. Now, I live in St. John, New Brunswick, and I'll show you where that is in a moment. But I'm a member of the St. John Astronomy Club, and that's where I got my start in all of this, all the things that I do now. So here's where I'm located. I'm in Hampton, New Brunswick, Canada. And for those who are watching who maybe aren't in North America, Canada is just on top of the United States. And where I'm at is in the eastern portion right here, where that little red blotch is. So that little red blotch is the province of New Brunswick. So over here, the big orange blotch is New Brunswick. And right down here on the coast is where I live. And I just absolutely love being on the water. But it does have some things that maybe aren't so good for us astronomy type people. So I wanted to show you, first of all, my site. And I wanted to show you that little picture in the middle is sort of how I started. Basically took a camera, popped it into a telescope, and decided I was going to take some pictures of the night sky. I didn't know how, didn't know what to do, but I went out there and I was going to try to do it. And eventually I was able to snap a picture or two. Now, living on the East Coast, you'll notice one common thread in each of my north, south, east, and west views. There's lots of clouds. And so that's what we deal with here a lot. We're right in the middle of the jet stream. So we have a real difficult time by times collecting data. So when Allendria, gave me the opportunity to play with some data from down in dry skies in California, I tell you, I jumped right at it. So anyway, so that's my site. I have Bortle 4 skies. And so it's really nice skies for an urban sky. Now, I'm going to show you just 2 pictures, and then I'm going to get into a little bit of what it is that I do. And then, but I want to show these pictures for a reason. The first one is this. And this was my very first astro image. And I call it the green blob, because that's really what it is. And but for me, it was the most amazing journey that I had ever taken to that point, because I was able to figure out how to put a telescope on the ground, point it at something, not have it drag all over the sky and just give me nothing. I'm able to, focus in at least. And I got this and produced this. It was the first picture I did. I put it on my Facebook page, and it was the proudest moment of my life. And that was a victory that I had. And that's kind of how I look at astrophotography when I'm talking about it to other people. Is you can't look at this as, as one, you're going to get there and you're there, you're done, you go away. It's a journey. And it starts with learning what a tripod is and what a telescope is and how do I put it there and how do I polar align. Each one of these things are little victories that get you to where you want to be eventually. So that was my first attempt, with a few victories behind me and a lot of failures, I must say. So today I'm shooting that same target. Oh, there we go. And it looks a little different today than what it did back in those days. And again, Andromeda is one of those targets that, you know, it's an everybody shoot target, but it's a good one to practice on because it has a lot of dynamic range to it. And there's a lot of stuff that goes in and about it. So there you go, taking a DSLR with a green slide to now taking a hydrogen alpha with luminance, red, green, and blue, and putting it all together, which is quite a jump from that to that. So, so part of what we do, or what I've been doing over the last little bit, and what I've been doing in conjunction with Sky News and with Allendria, is taking people who are at my level when I started, and kind of going back to those days and say, okay, well, look, this is how we start. So these are the basics, and this is where we're going to go from. And so basically, what I want to do now is just talk a little bit about, excuse me, some of the programs that I'm involved with, where astrophotography has led me so far. So here, again, being a member of RAS New Brunswick, I'm also the Star Party committee chair for the province. And we put on 5 major star parties every year throughout the province of New Brunswick. The first one being in Mount Carl, not the first one, but the one I'll talk about first, the one on the list first, being Mount Carleton. So Mount Carleton is right up here, and that's in almost the top portion of New Brunswick, but it's the highest skies in the province, and it's also the darkest skies. And there's 2 wonderful mountains over a lake top there. And when you want to do Milky Way shots or any kind of astrophotography, that is an unbelievable place to be. In fact, just over here near Quebec, or in around Quebec, there's an observatory, a professional observatory. They come to Mount Carleton for a lot of their work because the skies are darker and better. So, so that's an absolutely wonderful place. I put the Sky News magazine issue for the special travel issue on here today because it does talk about Mount Carleton in there. So, you know, by all means, pick up the Sky News magazine or get the digital copy and read about Mount Carleton, because there's some interesting facts about that spot. It's also not only a wonderful dark sky preserve, but it's also a wildlife park. So there's a lot of things that go on up in that spot. So that's one of the great star parties that I just absolutely love to attend. We have the Fundy National Park, which is right on the Bay of Fundy. So we do one there every Labor Day weekend. We have the Quishuaquack National Park, and there's a 2 there because we do 2 star parties a year. We do one in the spring and one in the fall. And again, we're right on the water up there, but the skies are absolutely wonderful. That's a good spot. And then Mactaquac National Park, which is just above Fredericton in this area here. And we do some star parties there. So that's the first part of outreach. Now, what we do at those star parties, excuse me. Oops, I get my, whoop. Is that slide still there? I pressed the button and all my screens flashed.
It's a Star Party committee. Yes.
Star Party activities? Oh.
No, we don't see the activities
Okay,
slide.
so let me see if I can make that one work. There we go. Is it there now?
Now we see it.
Okay, thank you. So it says, excuse me. Let me get my screen back up here. There we go. So the Star Party activities that we do a lot of things. The first one we do is we set up telescopes. If people want to bring their telescopes to us because they're beginners, they really don't know how to set them up, rather than having a frustrating weekend after driving for a couple hours to get to this place. You got kids, you know, probably not so happy by times, you know, we're there yet, are we there yet? Anyway, so the last thing they want to do is be frustrated with the telescope, because that's why they came. So we set up little telescope shops where we can actually take a telescope if you're having trouble with it, help you set it up, get it ready for the night of observing. We also do What's Up talks each night, explaining what's going to happen in the sky or what you're going to see in the sky, what we're going to show you, and we do some other astronomy related information from that as well. We do telescope tours of the field so that in the daytime, everybody can see the equipment and see the different telescopes, because if you're an enthusiast and you want to buy a telescope, it's a really great place to go, because you're going to see every different type of telescope imaginable. And anybody who owns a telescope knows that anybody who has one loves to talk about them. So you'll have no trouble. So we take them out on the field. And if it's a sunny day, of course, we'll do solar observing. If it's a rainy day, we'll do some workshops. And in the workshops, we'll do astrophotography. Okay, you know, today's a rainy day, but tonight's going to clear. You want to learn how to take a picture of the Milky Way? Okay, you have a DSLR? Wonderful. Let's go through the settings. Do you have a tripod? Great. You know, we're going to teach you all about that stuff. You know, do you have a little spotting scope? Do you want to take pictures of the moon? Or just, you know, astronomy in general. So the workshops can vary a lot, but we do that as well. So on days that are not so friendly outside. But of course, the big thing that we do is once the sky opens up for the darkness and shows us all the wonders in the sky, everybody gets the telescopes out and we have a ball. And sometimes, you know, some of our star parties in a run of a weekend, we get 1,000, 1,500 people going through. And for a little province of only 780,000 people, that's quite a feat. That's the star party portion. Also, the other part I got involved with is the Sunday night astronomy show. And this is kind of morphed into what it is now, because we started it actually at a star party, and it was just to show, like we were just learning about live stacking. How do you live stack? I didn't even know. So our friend Emil showed us how to do it. So we said, okay, well, that's kind of cool. Why don't we do that on a Sunday night when there's nothing else going on? So we did it. And then as soon as we started, the pandemic hit. So it was just like, oh my gosh, well, what are we going to do? We can't go out and show people anymore. We can't do star parties. So what are we going to do? So we started doing this virtual star party every Sunday night. And so we started the show live stacking and showing things live on the screen. But lo and behold, we had like one Sunday night out of about 6 or 7 that it wasn't cloudy. so then we had to start coming up with, you know, talks and the tutorials and all this stuff. So that's what the show is now. It's just based on talks about telescopes, talks about space exploration, talks about astrophotography. Each one of us kind of takes a part of that. And so it's on every Sunday night, and it's Astronomy by the Bay, which is Chris Kerwin. It's his YouTube channel that we broadcast on, and also on Facebook. And every Sunday night, Atlantic Standard, 8 o'clock, we're on, and we just have a ball. It's really laid back, and it's a lot of fun. And I think there's another one I want to show, with which Allendria was so kind as to talk about. And it's this one. And this has been probably for me as an astrophotographer, my largest challenge ever to date, because to the point where Allendria gave me the opportunity to come on and do this with her, I was only shooting 1-shot color. I didn't shoot narrowband. I didn't do anything. I just shot 1-shot color. And then all of a sudden the data sets start coming in, and they're narrowband and they're luminance and they're all these things. I was like, I got to learn how to do this. So I learned very quickly how to put together some of these images. And that's why my gear now is switched over to monochromatic with filter systems, all because Allendria, you did this to me. And I'm so glad that you did.
Is that you're welcome or an I'm sorry?
No, please don't be. Oh no, my gosh, I'm so happy you did this. Or made me do it. I shouldn't say you did it. You made me do it. Yeah. Anyway, you know what I mean.
No, it's honestly, you've been fantastic. Like it's you know, just for reference, I also came into this, you know, not knowing anything, if at all, like, you know, much if not anything. It's and you're an excellent teacher. Like you bring it down to the essentials, and like you said, it's all those little victories, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You help people get their own little victories. Like the first astro image that I got to edit, you know, I put together the Trifid Nebula with your help, and with also Stuart Heggie's help. And I also, Kevin Watson has been putting together a lot of this data too, and it's been phenomenal.
Absolutely. And it's a great team to work with. Stuart and Kevin, the work that they put into this, and this is kind of how it goes is they actually the data sets they put together, there's 3 levels. We call it level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 data sets are just basically the light frame, or the master lights so they don't have to stack them up or anything. You just go ahead, here's your master light. Let's go ahead and process it. Level 2 would be, okay, well, here's the red, the green, the blue, and the narrow band, but you have to put that together. And then level 3 would be, here's all the flats, here's all the darks, here's all the lights, and it's just like you took it yourself and you have to put it together yourself. So there's those 3 different levels. So no matter what level astrophotographer that you are, there is a set of these data that you can take and start there, which is absolutely fantastic. It's an amazing idea. Now, the data set information we get is from the robotic telescope, which is down in California. And we're using a 16-inch Ritchie-Chrétien at 3,550 millimeter focal length. And I got to tell you, you're up and close and personal to these targets. Also, you're using an SBIG STX 16803, and with 9 micron pixels. I mean, this camera is unbelievable, and of course, all the filters that go along with it. And it's all mounted on a Paramount ME. You can pick me up and move me around, so it has no trouble keeping locked on target with that telescope. So those are is the equipment that's being used. And it's also being used for a lot of things. It's being used for research. It's being used for students will go down. There's actually a DSLR that's mounted on top of the rig, and that takes wide field one-shot color images. And so the students get to go ahead and play with that data and come up with things. So the whole program in general is absolutely wonderful. And it's an 8-month program, which each month there are a new target for each month. And so far, I'll show you some of the targets that we've gone through. And just very briefly, I'm almost done. Where are they? Right here. So we've done the Lagoon Nebula. We've done the Trifid Nebula. We've done the Dirichlet group of galaxies. We've done the Bubble Nebula. And we just finished doing the Orion Nebula. 36 hours of data on that one. I tell you, that was a build. But anyway, those are the targets we've done to date. You can download them for free. And I tell you, if you want to dabble or get into astrophotography, but you're not sure about how much you want to get into this, get the data sets, try it out, try processing, because any astrophotographer will tell you processing is just as much or more important than the acquisition. So this is a really good spot to try to get your feet wet without spending $10,000 on equipment, right? So anyway, so that's kind of what that program's about. And finally, I have one other slide I want to share with you. See if it'll come up. Probably won't be the one I want to come up. It won't come up. Whoop. Looks like I'm frozen. Let's see if I can try another slide. Here's the green blob. Well, I don't want that one though. I might have to sift through. Sorry, just bear with me, folks. I do apologize. I should get to it eventually. I'm not going to show you all these slides. This is just stuff I had put together. I'm just trying to find the one I want to show you.
You're leaving us wanting to have you back.
There. Whoops. There. This is the final slide. I have a brand new YouTube channel. It's called Universal Time with Paul Owen. And this channel is all about outreach. It's all about, okay, let's take you newbie astrophotographers who want to get your feet wet in this. And I'm going to try to break it down and keep it fun, keep it simple, keep it light. And we'll start right from, this is a telescope. This is an imaging circle coming off the telescope. Here's a sensor and all that kind of stuff. And then right into full-fledged image processing too. So, but it's just more for the beginner side of things, because there's a lot of people who get discouraged and fall out just simply because they're struggling so much with either processing or, they can't track properly or any of those things that we all struggle with astrophotography. So that's what this channel is going to be for, is to try to keep you on the right track. And like Allendria says, get those little victories and keep you moving forward. Other than that, I had some pictures I'll show, but I'll show them maybe on another time. So see if I can get this last slide up. Probably not, eh? There you go. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Paul, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to hear about all the programs you're involved with. People sometimes ask, where does a guy like you get all the energy to do all of that? How would you answer that?
Wow. Well, first of all, I just retired 4 years ago, and I promised myself I would never sit and look out the window, and because I can't, because if I'm looking at the window, I'm looking up. But I just like being busy. But I just find that every time you gain some kind of knowledge, you learn something, you wrestle with something, and you finally you bring it down. You can walk around with the WWF belt because you beat that little project. It just makes you want to do more. And I know how it was like when I first started, and I didn't have a lot of help. YouTube has been fantastic. And I just want to be able to offer that to anybody who wants to learn it, because if they can get that green blob moment that I got, then I think that's the whole thing's all worthwhile.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. I do want to say that I think that the astronomy community in Canada absolutely rocks. And one of those people that absolutely embodies that is Norman Fullum. Norman is up in the Quebec region. His life story is amazing. From going to a point where he wanted to turn his life around. He did it with astronomy. He builds today some of the largest amateur telescopes you can buy in the whole wide world, and he's gifted. He's a great artist. To hang out with Norman just for a few minutes, you get to know that guy almost immediately, and that is really that's the sign of a pure spirit. So, Norman, I'm going to bring you on. Thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party.
Well, hi, Scott. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Scott, for inviting me to this Global Star Party. Unfortunately, you took me by surprise this morning, inviting me over. I have nothing really ready to present or any PowerPoint presentation to other than the one that I had showed you guys in the past. But what I would like to share is we're talking about outreach, and that's a main topic for me when I started astronomy. Was first, okay, when I started to make a telescope, it was for myself, but also I wanted to, as soon as I started to observe through a telescope all kinds of wonderful things like galaxies and planets and nebula, I wanted to show everybody else what they look like. So it was really a passion for me when I started about 20 years ago with my first telescopes to go into schools with my kids, where my kids were going, and tell the other kids, come have a look at what we can see at night, and try to explain to them our place in the universe, where we were at right now. And that really put gas in my tank for let's say the first 10 years. I was building telescope, and I was going outside, and I was going to school. I was going to star parties and show everybody that what's to see. And I'm a very curious person, so I always challenge myself to see different objects, different places to look at. And like Scott was saying, astronomy was a big turn in my life, because at some point I was very, very dark area in my life, and then but I always liked astronomy since a young age, 6, 7 years old. We had a neighbor that had a telescope, and it always stayed in my mind that looking at the moon and looking at the planets, and then I always said, one day I will have a telescope. And then later down my life, and that's what changed my life. And when I decided to get a telescope, and I couldn't afford it, so I said, well, there's my challenge for the year. Let's build a telescope. And that led me to amazing experience in the last 20 years to be able to share my passion, I think, with a lot of people in my area, in Quebec, or around the world also. So what I would like you to I wanted to understand. When I started really observing with the telescope, astrophoto was kind of a it wasn't it wasn't available for everybody. You had a lot of money. You needed a lot of money to buy the equipment, which I didn't have. So I tried it with a regular camera, like that. That was the in those years. That was the way you were doing it. So with the film, you would take 30 shots and then bring the film to the store and get it developed. And then if you're lucky, you have one there in the lot that was good. It wasn't too good, or the focus was a little off, but the color was great. And it cost a lot of money because every time you 30, every film would cost you a $10, $15, $20 to develop, and then you scrap 90% of the results. So it was very expensive, and I had two young kids and the house. My wife wasn't working at then, and I was trying to initiate people to astronomy. I was trying to show them pictures that I was thinking when it wasn't good. So I completely forgot about part of astrophoto and just kept doing the visual observing. So and over the years, of course, telescope kind of got bigger and bigger and larger. And then, of course, the bigger telescope, the more things you see, the more detail, the more texture of the image. And that what brought me to larger telescope. And I won't tell you the story when I started my business or anything else, but the outreach, I didn't have time at one point to do any more outreach because I was trying too much to build larger telescope and easier access to people to larger aperture telescopes. So when you're by yourself, you either work or you do telescope or you have social life. And so I have to make choices to kind of step back on the outreach and let other people do it. And I have lots of friends that did the work for me. I was attending presentation, and I was invited in many star party to do my presentation on how to make telescope, or even just to bring large telescope at the star party and to show them what's possible, and that you don't need to be a genius to build a telescope. And that's the main thing. I like I said, tell everyone here what I have university teacher bringing their student in science at my shop to see what I do. And the student asked me, well, what's your diploma? What's your degrees? And when I tell them that I have a grade 11, that's all I have in school. They all have they drop their jaw on the floor. I mean, how is it possible? Well, it's the will that I have to accomplish something with my hand, and to be able, by doing so, allowing other people to see amazing things. That's my
that's the genius that came out in you, Norman. So.
That's what I like to do. I mean, I'm 62 years old now, and I don't see my retirement any close now, because every week, every month, I have new project, new challenges that awaits me, and I get all fired up with that. And then, like I will take the opportunity with this Global Star Party to talk about our how can we call that, Scott? Explore Scientific will be my representative around.
Yeah, we are going to be the official distributor for Optique Fullum.
The large telescope.
Yeah, so we're really excited about that.
We're going to be starting March 1st, I think, and we're going to start.
Yeah, that's when we should start getting things more official. You'll be seeing a press release from us, and we're very honored about that. I never imagined that we would be offering telescopes from 30 inches up to 65 inches in aperture. I mean, that is just mind-blowing to me.
I've known you, Scott, for, I don't know, 15 years minimum.
Yes, sir. That's right, minimum.
star parties and NIF and all those places for astronomy. And you even
Yes,
came
that
to
is mind-blowing.
Starfest in Canada a few years back. And you came to my shop and then you visit what I was
Yes,
doing. And then we always kept in touch and I always
yes.
liked what you do. And I think you like what
I
I
like what you do too.
yeah. And I think we're gonna be able to see on I'm a small company making big telescopes. So my time is very restricted to the building of the telescope. So I don't have much time to promote or to do to it anymore to around the world to promote my equipment. So if I have someone like you guys to do all that work,
Yeah,
I can concentrate on building the telescope. It's much more easier on my nerve and on my sleep because when I got home at night after a day making telescope on mirrors, and I have to answer all kinds of email messages about information about telescope, about all that office work that will kind of be diminished. It will give me more time to concentrate on my real what I really like to work
you
on.
love to do.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm
Well, that's
very
great.
very happy to say that we'll be working together, and I'm very glad of that. Thank you for the confidence, Scott, for that.
Thank you.
It's,
Yeah, it's going to be great. You will start to see in the coming weeks ahead Optique Fullum telescopes on the Explore Scientific website. But make no qualms, Norman is the genius behind those telescopes. And, for any of you that are contemplating getting, the telescope of a lifetime, really, to see deep sky objects the way that you never saw them before, you'd want to see them with one of
well,
these.
what I would like to do is to take my phone and show you a telescope that I've just almost finished for a Mégantic Observatory here in Quebec
Okay.
for the outreach.
I was just going to ask you about the Mégantic Observatory telescope if it was ready.
It is ready, but they are not ready to receive it because
I know.
the observatory is not built yet. So they asked me to keep it here while they're getting ready to receive it. So it's probably going to be sometime, hopefully this year, that they'll be ready to have it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the Zoom meeting on my phone.
Okay.
And go show you something in the shop, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If I can do it. There it is. Okay. So to change the side of my camera, I have to. What do I have to do? En direct. Okay, I have you here. Toucher pour parler. Do you hear me? No.
I hear you.
Yeah, but
I'm hearing you through the.
yeah. Okay, hold on here. I'll try something else.
I see you're trying to connect to audio.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna try again. I closed it.
And I'm going to ask you to unmute on that phone.
Yeah, that's right. Démarrer vidéo. Rejoindre. Rejoindre audio. Okay.
It's very kind from.
Is it working now? Is it working?
I think it is working because we've got a little bit of an echo going on here. So
the echo should be done now.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Now? Okay. Let's see now. How is it?
Yeah, the audio is working fine.
Okay. Now I need the image. I think I will have a problem. Video est arrêté. My video is stopped. I don't know why. You hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I think something. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Jesus. I'm not a nerd, you know. Oh, hold on. Arrêtez, voilà, permettre nous. I don't know. I think I will have to pass. I'm not sure. Piss me off.
Well,
okay. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I should have tried.
No problem. No problem. There's going to be plenty more times where we can show your telescopes.
Okay.
And we'll plan this next time where we go into your shop. And
took me by surprise this morning with that.
I know I did. I know I did. Yeah, I was watching Norman. He was sharing with me, performances that he was giving at the Mariposa, which it was. I guess it's a stage and maybe a pub or something, but it's beautiful music.
Cafe. It's a small cafe downtown Montreal, and
yeah.
The type of the 1970s type of hippie type of cafe, and then all kinds of musicians ends up there every week. And then they asked me to do a show last Saturday for a solo show for the entire evening, and it was on Facebook and all. And I shared it with Scott, and he knows that I'm a very avid musician. I love to sing. I love to make music. So if you want, I can play you a song. I already have my guitar here. You know that.
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, everybody loves that. So.
Okay, I'll sing you a song. And this is the guitar that I built also. So. How's the sound?
Sounds good.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna sing you a song that I think is very, in these very hard time, pandemic time, and confinement. Friendship has been a way out of all this. I think if you have a friend to call, to talk to, or family also, but I think that friendship is the most important thing. So it's a Kyle King song called about. When you're down and trouble, and you need a helping hand, and nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to lighten up even your darkest night. You just call up my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. You've got a friend. If the sky that you look above could turn dark and full of clouds, and that cold north wind begins to blow, keep your head together and call my name out loud now, and soon I'll be knocking upon your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there, yes I will. Ain't good to know that you got a friend. People can be so cold, they'll hurt you and desert you, and they'll take your soul if you let them. Oh yeah, but don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. The winter, spring, summer, fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there, yes I will. You've got a friend. You've got a friend.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Astronomy
was
and
wonderful.
music have to be together.
Oh. Bravo.
Merci. Merci.
Bora, Maísa.
Oh, thank you.
Vê como é. Isso é via, Maísa. Via, a via. É a veia. Você não precisava apagar o V. Era só apagar o I. Não precisava apagar o V.
Tá. Agora Marcelo, I think that is your
Yeah, your family.
No, it's great. It's wonderful to hear the languages from around the world. So I love it.
Sorry.
No.
No, that's okay. It's
That's wonderful.
No, we're reminded that this is truly a global star party.
That's right.
And even though there's now two of us wearing hats from Detroit, it is still a global star party. I thought I would.
We have a nice Canadian contingent as well.
Yeah, I wanted to match Chuck. He has the home Tigers hat on, so I put the road one on. I'm about 30 minutes away from the city.
So, guys, awesome. I would like to thank you all to give me the opportunity to have a little talk with you guys tonight, a little song. I will have to quit because the freezing rain is still going on, and I want to go home tonight. I don't want to be stuck.
Yes. Well, you're in the office right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the office right now. So
okay.
I want to be able to go home because it looks very slippery outside. And
Norman, be careful going home. And thank you so much for sharing some time with us. And we're excited to get started with this distributorship. And, and it's always awesome to hear your stories. And
thank you very much. See you guys.
Yeah. And I promise to get up to Canada very soon, or as soon as I can anyways, because you've already seen that there's so much going on in the astronomical community in Canada. So you definitely need to make that part of your bucket list if you love to travel and you love to do astronomy. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to go down to South America, down to Brazil, to Dr. Marcelo Souza, and he's up next. Following him will be Chuck Ayoub from Chuck's Astrophotography. So stay tuned.
Ramon's even getting love from Russia there in the chat. That's awesome. Hi, Igor. Yeah, and Norm's getting his name up on chat. That's awesome. Adrian, did you get out today, or was it icy there too, like it is here?
Well, it was rainy. It was 50-something degrees Fahrenheit, but the clouds came back. I did get out the night before, so a couple of images that I was able to get were from the one clear night that we had this past couple of days. There'll be some more clearings coming in Friday and Saturday, so I'm planning already what I'm going to take and what I hope to accomplish when I get out there. So we'll see what happens.
I'm living vicariously through you. I don't get out these nights, so I just get your pictures on Facebook and on the lowbrows emails, and feel like I'm out there with you.
Yeah, that's the goal. I'm in a few different groups, and there are plenty of really beautifully done up landscape astrophotography, it's called, or I call it Nightscapes. But I've had people comment and say, when I look at the image, I feel like I'm transported to where you are. And for me, that's important because it's kind of an identity. It's what I want my images to do.
I was feeling kind of proud that, when I go traveling, I sometimes bring a telescope with me. And then Allendria goes and talks about how wonderfully she packs up her telescope, tosses it in a canoe, and goes paddling out to the middle of nowhere. And
portaging's the worst part. That's in a canoe you can throw anything, but when you have to walk an extra couple kilometers, it's
yeah, this poor thing met its demise. I'll try and find the last photo that I took with it. You can't hardly see it. Scarred adventure.
We've got a video.
I don't treat my equipment quite as nice as you do, Allendria. It goes thrown in the back of the truck. But it's so far, the new tracker I have has been doing the job so far. So we'll see how long it can survive my punishing
mission to Mercury is the step closer to launch in 2016. The spacecraft, built in Italy, will now face final heat and vibration tests in the Netherlands. A team from Poland, Germany and Portugal have built and tested a quadcopter drone as a new way to drop rover robots onto the surface of Mars. And a new mission to study black holes has been accepted by ESA. The Athena Space Telescope will watch as material is sucked in by gravity.
To our main story now, and the first step in building this new telescope is to blow up the top of a mountain.
This remote area of the Atacama Desert in Chile is famous for nothing. No water, no plants, no animals.
Hey, Adrian, have we spoken before online? I talked to so many people, I can't keep track.
So, Chuck, are you in the Plymouth Astrophotography group?
Which group is that?
The Plymouth Astrophotography group with Jason.
Oh, I know a lot of people attend that in person.
Anything we've ever built before.
Yeah,
okay,
maybe
the Michigan Amateur Astronomy Club,
probably
or Michigan Amateur Astronomy Group.
Yeah, is that a Facebook group?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in them. Yeah, I've probably seen your stuff then.
That's I post stuff there. Usually with a little more of an astronomy type of explanation and not just, hey, here's a pretty picture.
Yeah, okay.
This 3,000-meter mountain will soon have a 150-meter
Did you capture that moon behind you?
Yeah, and I forget where I captured it. It may have been a screenshot of Brian Adams
as tall as a football stadium with an enormous
a few lunar eclipses ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have one of my own from the past lunar eclipse, but I didn't find it to make as a background.
I had nothing but clouds the last one, but a couple ago I got a picture of.
We have to create anything in order to host the platform.
And I was lucky because I was someone's house and they happened to have clear skies to see it. So
wow, that's nice.
A picture, like some of the only clear skies in Michigan happened to be there. I think I rubbed it in the Kareem as well.
Yeah.
They couldn't see it. I think those of you in Canada, you weren't able to see it either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was a lucky break.
Yeah,
If it's so remote and
That's cool.
inaccessible with a landscape that looks more like Mars than Earth, why did
Looking
ESO
for
choose
this
to build its massive
last image
telescope
ever
here?
that my one of my star trackers
Spent a long
took.
time investigating which of the mountains have the clearest skies, which of them have the most cloud-free nights, which of them have the least twinkle in the sky. This one came out on top, and that's why we're building the telescope here.
The EELT will be operated from ESO's Paranal Observatory, 25 kilometers away, a desert oasis that featured in James Bond film Quantum of Solace. Quiet by day, it comes to life at dusk as the VLT, or Very Large Telescope, opens
I'll be
to the
right back,
skies
everyone.
and the astronomers get to work.
We're at the control room of the Paranal Observatory. This is the place from where we run the telescopes.
Each night, these astronomers work here collecting data for scientists in Europe, observing everything from distant galaxies to planets in our solar system. And while the VLT already offers them a powerful tool, the EELT will be a game changer.
There are stars that we can actually detect just from barely detect from space or from the ground. We can never take a spectrum with what we have now. With the ELT, we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do so many more things. It's just hard, it's breathtaking.
So how does the EELT compare to the finest telescopes in space? Machines like the joint ESA-NASA Hubble have an uninterrupted view of the universe from orbit. And what's more, like its successor, JWST, it can see wavelengths that we can't see from the ground. But the EELT will gather more light and see sharper detail.
In certain areas, space is very important to observe what we call the thermal infrared, for example, and space is very good for observing in ultraviolet. But there are areas where we can observe in higher resolution from the ground. We can use different techniques, different areas that I wouldn't say are in competition, but are complementary.
Many astronomers will be using space and ground-based data to complement each other. That's what they're doing now as well. People are using data from the Hubble Space Telescope, finding very faint objects, and then going to the VLT in order to take a spectrum of it.
Some of those very faint objects the astronomers are looking at are in fact planets orbiting around other stars. These exoplanets will be a key target of the EELT when it's built in a decade's time.
One of the main developments in astronomy over the last 5 years has been the discovery of an enormous diversity of exoplanets. We now know that they look very different from maybe our Earth or Mars or Venus or Jupiter. And so what the ELT will be able to do is characterize these planets. Now we only have hints at what their nature is, but the ELT will really be able to measure their atmospheres and see what they are made of.
We will be able to image planets going around other stars for the first time. We'll be able to determine whether they have any signs of life. And of course, in the context that we live our lives, that will change everything. It'll be a different world, knowing that we're not alone.
The quest for life elsewhere goes on, with space and ground telescopes soon joined by the EELT here in the almost lifeless Atacama Desert.
All year, we're following ESA's Rosetta mission as the team hunts down a comet and puts a lander on its surface. Let's see what's happening.
Today on Comet Hunters, Jake and Armel are in the clean room at ESA's Operations Center in Germany, testing commands on an exact copy of the Rosetta spacecraft.
While Rosetta is flying far away, we have a fully functional model here at ESOC that we can use to test out various things that we want to do.
We have a full suite of instruments on Rosetta that allow us to observe the comet from a distance, to look at it in UV and infrared, etc.
there will be things coming off the comet, but that's also the point for some of the instruments, because a lot of them analyze things as they impact the instrument. Science is already underway. In fact, one of the instruments, Miro, has recently detected water on the comet, so that's a pretty big thing for us as well. So we're getting there. Dear Rosetta, just a couple more maneuvers. You're almost there. We can't wait to see what you're seeing.
That's it for now. We're just going to enjoy the view, and we'll see you next time.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you got a few minutes to stretch your legs and get a hot cup of coffee. It's starting to get cold here in Arkansas, and even inside of the building here at Explore Scientific, I'm starting to feel the chill into my fingers and toes here. But we're going to take you down to where it is warmer, down into Brazil, and we're going to hear from Dr. Marcelo Souza, cosmologist by training. He is a leading force in astronomy education in Brazil, and known throughout the Americas. I think that Marcelo's extreme energy and imagination is just something that is really amazing to behold, especially when you get to go down there and see him actually work with huge throngs of students and the public, doing things all the way from teaching at the university to having major star parties at virtual star parties that he conducted, which I think is totally amazing. He had a drive-in theater concept at a local mall where he had they were broadcasting inside of cars. They were projecting live images of the moon on the wall of the mall, and and if you just browse his social media from time to time, you'll see that he's been involved in many things with engaging the public, where there's thousands of people there. Marcelo, thank you for coming on to Global Star Party. And Marcelo is also the editor of Skies Up magazine, which is a free digital magazine available for the download. And I'll put a link in this chat.
Thank you, Scott, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ever, for your kind words. And today, I would like to talk about something that now everybody's talking in Brazil about. That's the carnival. And as few people imagine, we have a relation between the carnival and astronomy. I don't know if you know this, but this I will try to show today. I will share my screen. That's something that is amazing, because astronomy is associated with carnival and also with the Easter. And the Easter is the main reference for us here to find the carnival. I'll share my screen. Before I talk about this, I will show first the Skies Up magazine. But we have many editions available online. I think that's correct, the link here.
Yes.
I have another link here. This was one, I think that is the December of or March or April of the 2000 21 edition, then the edition of October about Mars, and now the last edition about that you have a special articles about the light pollution, how to mitigate light pollution, and it's available. And we are now begin the organization of the next magazine that soon will be read. Any contributions will be very welcome. Then, if anyone would like to send contribution will be very welcome.
Yes.
So,
this is a global magazine, by the way, and there's contributors from all over the world. So, but wow, look at this.
These are images from 2020, because the last carnival we had here was in 2020, because the pandemic period began for us in March 2020, and the carnival was in February. Then we have the carnival, and after the carnival they closed everything here in Brazil. And then this year we will not have the carnival. Well, it will begin this Friday. The carnival begins this Friday. It's from Friday at night until the morning of Wednesday. That's the period of carnival here in Brazil. But you have places here that they celebrate during 1 month, the carnival. They dance in the streets. These are the famous one that is in Rio de Janeiro, the famous one. But what you have is this. In all the streets here in Brazil, people dancing. But due to the pandemic period, we will not have this image this year. And also we didn't have this the carnival, as we know, last year. I have 2 years with that carnival. These are images from 2020. These people in the streets. Then you have these images in all Brazil, that happens in all Brazil. And why I'm talking about carnival is not only because it is a period of carnival, but even it is prohibited to have music in the streets, and it's prohibited to have the samba schools, as I showed here. People will be dancing in the streets. It's impossible to avoid this, because they only need to begin to sing that a lot of people will be together, and then we have 2 carnival this year. We have the first one now, and they moved the carnival for April. Then the official carnival for April. Then we have the holiday here that people, even with that is prohibited, they will be dancing in the streets. And we have again in April. But why I'm talking about carnival in astronomy program, and also another period for us that is important is the Easter, because Brazil is a Christian country. We have a Catholic Church, the Protestants here, that are almost 90%, more than 90% of the population here in Brazil. And what is the relation between Carnival, Easter, and astronomy? This is important now. It's something that is very important. We use this to talk about astronomy here in Brazil. Então, our calendar and the dates of some famous festivities are based on the movements of our planets and our natural satellites, the moon. And a remarkable example of this relationship are these 2 ones, the Carnival and the Easter. Easter is one of the greatest Christian festivities, as everybody knows, and it celebrates the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And it was very important to choose a date for the Easter. This was a problem in the past. How will be the date of the Easter? And there was a long debate in the Catholic Church how Easter will be determined. At the Council of Nicaea, here, I don't know if my pronunciation is correct, is Nicaea, the Council of Nicaea, held in the year 325, the ecclesiastical tables were created. In these tables, that is important, né? Because in these tables, the dates of astronomical phenomena were marked here, and you don't need any astronomy knowledge, né, to define these dates. Né? In this way, you have the ecclesiastical phases of the moon are defined. You have this is something that we try to don't use today when we try to find the dates of the Easter, but the Catholic Church use until today. Right? The ecclesiastical phase of the moon, that is the movement of an imaginary moon, and they have no relation with the real phases of the moon, but it happens near, right? Happen near. And you have the ecclesiastical equinoxes and solstices, and they use the Metonic cycle as a reference, right, for these choices, né, that they did. Well, I will not talk long about the Metonic the metal contribution. Metal, I don't know its correct pronunciation in English, but it is a Athenian astronomer, and he tried to correct problems regarding the adjustment of the dates of astronomical phenomena in the calendars in the period. He discovered that a period of 19 years with 13 lunar months, years 3, 6, 9, 11, 14, 17, and 19, that are the famous golden numbers, and the others with 12 months. Né? Então, then they determined a period of 19 years. And this choice allowed for a good coincidence with the solar year. The cycle, known as the Metonic cycle, was used for ecclesiastical as a base, né, for the ecclesiastical tables. Then everything changed for us in the Council of after the Council of Nicaea. More than 1,200 years, if I'm correct, né, they defined the way in which Easter is determined. And according to the Intergravissimus decree of February 24 in 1582, I don't know if you know about this. It is very important to us because it's when began the Gregorian calendar. That is the calendar that you use until today. Then the Easter happens on the first Sunday after the ecclesiastical full moon. That happens after the equinox of March. Then this is the way that we find the Easter, the Sunday. Then we need to come back for 7 Sundays. Then you have the Carnival, the Sunday in Carnival. And to find the Ash Wednesday, I think that is how you say in English, you need to return 46 days from the Easter. And then, and something that's important because the Catholic Church, they fixed the equinox, the date of the equinox as March 21. It didn't change. It changed for us. I'll try to find here the dates this year. We have the equinox here. You can see my mouse here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. I will change it here. Here. Well, what's happening? I can't move. I believe that you can see my mouse. No? I'll move here. Okay.
Oh, your mouse. Yeah, yes, you can see it. You can see it.
Yes. But it is because 21 March 21 is the equinox that we consider to find the Easter. Then the first full moon after 21 March 21 is on Saturday, 16 April 16. Then the Easter happens in the Sunday, April 17. Then we need to return seven Sundays to find the carnival. Then we have 17, 10, 3 April, 27, 20, 13, 6, 27. Then 27 is the carnival for us. Then the full moon is very important for us to find the Easter. And it is a reference for us because when you find the Easter, you have all the holidays that you have here in the celebrations that is important for us here in Brazil, that comes from defined by the Catholic Church. Then you have the Easter. From using Easter as reference, you have the Carnival, and also using the Easter, we have the Corpus Christi. That's a long holiday here also in Brazil. Then we have 3 holidays. One is Carnival, then you have Easter, that you have 4 days of holidays, and 4 days of holidays of Corpus Christi. Then it is very important for us to find the full moon, and we use this as a way to motivate people to look to the sky and to know the period that you have the full moon in April. Then this is the relation between Carnival and the Easter and the astronomy. And in April, after the Easter, we are organizing our international meeting that happens every year, and it will be a hybrid event. And I will finish with this image of the Cesar. Thank you, Scott.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's great. So
we are near the carnival. We are near the carnival.
Yes.
Friday begins the carnival. I believe that you find everybody in the streets here.
So
I stop sharing in a moment. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
So does with no official carnival going on, is there kind of an unofficial celebration that's still going on in Brazil at this time?
Yes. They didn't yet have the holiday, 4 days of holidays. That begins Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Officially, you have holidays only Saturday and Tuesday. But Monday they close everything. Then this didn't change. They prohibited music in the streets and the samba schools. But let's see what happens, because I don't know that you could stop. That's impossible. That's something impossible. Everybody's traveling near the beaches. Then we have a lot of people together. They will begin to sing. Everybody goes together and begin to dance. They say that will be policemen in every place, but they will begin to sing also, no? And dance with everybody. This is a big celebration here in Brazil. That's right. It's impossible. I hope we don't have problems with COVID here in the spirit, but everything is better here in Brazil.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, and I think it's starting to get better all over the world. So, and
it's important because it's associated with astronomy. We use every carnival. We'll talk about this here because nobody knows, because every year change the dates of the carnival, because the date of the Easter also changes every year. And there's something that I didn't say, because when you have the full moon in the equinox, you don't have in the Sunday. You don't have the Easter this day. Then the Easter is moved to April 25. They don't allow you have the Easter in the same day if you have the equinox and the full moon and it is Sunday. It's not the Easter. Then they moved the Easter to April 25. And also, if you have the April and the after 25, April 25, I think that's not possible, but you have this in the decree. If you have after, they return 1 week before the Easter. And then we find the carnival. But for them, the full moon, that's important, because the full moon, defines the day of the Easter. That's the first full moon after the equinox. Then you find the Sunday that comes after the full moon.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I hope that maybe next year, you can have the grandest of star parties in Brazil, along with the carnival. I think that would be fantastic, because they know how to party in Brazil. That's for sure.
we had 1 year here, the international meeting happening during the carnival here, because the carnival in 1 year in my city here happened in April, in the same time of everybody that was here visited the school sambas and dancing also.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Marcelo, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Yeah, so maybe next year you'll have the rest of the world joining you in a giant star party in Brazil. That would be a lot of fun.
Everybody will be very welcome here.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, wow, that is so exciting to see such a fabulous festival such as the Carnival. We have a little one here in the United States, in New Orleans, but Rio is where the real one happens. So, okay, so next up is an astrophotographer I've long admired. He is watched by hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of people through social media. And that's Chuck Ayoub. Chuck has run a long program on YouTube called Chuck's Astrophotography. I often see him on TikTok. He shares amazing images that he takes just from his backyard, just blocks away from what I understand, in downtown Detroit. And I think he showed the world of astrophotographers that you can do amazing, unbelievable deep sky astrophotography right from the city, using techniques and special filters. So, Chuck, I'm really happy to have you on. You were showing off an image that you took with one of our telescopes, which is great. But I'm really interested to know what's happening in the world of Chuck Ayoub these days.
Sure. Well, I have to say, I was actually in Brazil one year when Carnival was going on, and I had never heard of Carnival before that. And that was, holy moly, I had never seen anything like this.
That's great.
And the unity there was, on the beach, at the huddle of people, so many, it was incredible. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how long did you stay down there for that?
I was there for 3 weeks. It was on the job. They sent me down there to train people. So they sent me down and a busy time in Rio. Yeah.
In Rio, man. You got it rough, Chuck. That's really, yeah, that's tough.
It's a great place. And then I came back to Detroit and it was wintertime. Oh, what a difference.
What a difference. That's right.
But well, I've been off for a couple of months, Scott. I haven't done any imaging. I'm getting too old and the weather has just been sub-freezing day after day. You know what? This hobby will be waiting for me when it gets warmer again. So
yeah. Well, that cold is coming down here too. It's freezing right now outside. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. But yeah, so yesterday was the first day I was able to actually take one of my scopes out, and finally the AR-152. And it was actually kind of frightening because people were kind of scaring me about it. Can I share my screen here? Or
sure.
Let me see if I can if I remember how to do this. Just share here.
Can you go.
See it? Can you see the scope there?
Yep.
I always put myself in the picture so people can see how big this scope is. It's a monster. And I'm not a light guy. I'm over 200 pounds somewhere. So you can, yeah, this is a big scope. And people kept telling me, well, you're going to need 5 out of 5 seeing conditions to use a scope that big for solar. And yeah, I don't know if that's true from what I saw yesterday. I was dealing with the low sun, with haze, and I think I still got a good picture of. They scared me, and I didn't find it any more difficult than my AR-102. So, yeah, I was able to find focus. It didn't take me long at all to get the swing of it. So, yeah, it's not bad. In fact, it was going so well, I actually decided, well, I may as well just live stream it. About almost 9,000 people caught the live stream of me.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. I saw it. I saw a still from there, and there was incredible detail on the sun, and you know, this thin flare or filament going up is really beautiful.
Right. But the people always ask me, Scott, where can I find this scope? I don't know what to tell them right now.
You know, between you and Jason Guenzel, who also uses the same scope for solar, okay, we sold out of that model really quick. And
really?
Yeah, we intend to, I mean, we of course have them on order. They're on back order with our customers and our dealers and all the rest of it. But you know, Chuck, telescopes are all made by hand, one at a time.
Right.
These scopes, although they're just acromats, there's no exotic glass in it, okay, but they're polished right, you know, and
affordable. Your prices are. Yeah, that's why I went after this one.
That was the idea. So that you know you could get something with some bigger aperture. It's fast. It's like an f6.5 for a refractor.
Yeah.
I've used it. I've taken it down to places like Winter Star Party, other, you know, and some really dark sites. Not that Winter Star Party isn't dark, it is, but not like Okie-Tex, for example, super dark skies. And the deep sky images through these telescopes are really a treat. So, and they perform like larger aperture telescopes because they're refractors, you know.
Sure. Yeah. And now let me show you. Now this is a raw video I captured, and you can see what the sky was kind of like. I was dealing with a lot of haze, and the sun was getting brighter and dimmer. And but I thought, okay, well, this is what I have to work with, and let me show you what I managed to create from this, even though there was haze and all that. This is what I grabbed, and after I processed it. Yeah, I was pretty happy. And that's about the same as what I can accomplish with my AR-102. So this scope presented no more difficulty than the other. And I think it showed me stuff I had never seen before. Like, I love the magnification with it. This little loop here, it looked like it was going from, let's see, backward to forward. And I had never seen that kind of detail before with my smaller scopes. And the thing is, I was so upset, though. There was a huge flare, and I didn't capture it while I was just watching it. A huge white flare opened up here, and then right after the flare, I think this is plasma, this loop came and went. It happened so fast before I could get a time-lapse data out of it. So, that would have been a great opportunity. But I was pretty happy with this, so I can't wait to use the scopes tomorrow when the skies are still better. And live streaming is so much fun when you have so many people watching.
Oh yeah, 9,000 people. That's amazing.
Yeah. and
it's like filling a small stadium.
Yeah, and then they wanted to see what was going on above the surface of the sun. So how you do that? This is another raw video I captured. And what you do is you overexpose the surface of the sun, and then you can see the faintness of the plasma that's rising above it. And so that's what I picked up yesterday. This is probably 4 or 5 Earths high right there. So, yeah.
You think of that scale and you just, I mean, it makes you feel, if that doesn't make you feel small, okay.
Right.
You know, but when you see stuff like this, I remind people that, yeah, you get that feeling of being very humble. Okay.
Right.
That you're, you know, whatever you own, no matter if you're the richest guy on our planet or the poorest guy or whatever, being able to look up and see something and explore like that is amazing.
And
you know?
people love when you superimpose the Earth. It really gives them a sense of what's going on with that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That's all I really wanted to show you. I was really happy I finally got to scope out the AR-152. I think it was Tyler, right? The one that he hunted it down for me. Is it Tyler Bowman? I'm not sure.
Tyler Bowman, yeah.
And I warned him I might not be able to use it because winter's coming, and from my location, the sun goes so low that the garage puts shade over the whole backyard. So it's not till mid-February where I can start doing it again. But so I'm going to start having some fun with this.
Yeah, well, that's great. I'm glad you're loving it. So
I do.
Because we're loving the images that you're taking. That's great stuff.
Yeah, and it's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. People have scared me for no reason. If I were thinking, well, this is the one, go big or go home. That's it.
Chuck, you also were able to modify that with a moonlight focuser, right? And that gives you a lot more precision control over the focus. Which model of moonlight did you buy for that particular scope?
This is the 2.5 inch. I replaced the whole draw tube. I think it's a 2.5. I think it was 2.5. I'd have to go back and look. And moonlight makes a world of difference. You know, you're sitting comfortably inside the house, moving the focuser in and out. Everybody knows I'm like an office astrophotographer. I have to work inside. I'm not outdoors. Trevor, I know from Astro Backyard, loves being outdoors, but I need to be inside, sitting in my chair, controlling everything. So that's
awesome. It's awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Chuck. I know that you're a busy guy, and we really appreciate you being on the program.
Thanks for having me. It was fun to be on.
Yeah. Thanks,
in tribute to the city, Chuck, you know, I had to put on the road uni for you.
All right.
Yeah, the road uni. So yeah, it's inspiring. I think that's where we may have met, is posting. You posted your astrophotography online, you know, in the Michigan.
I do post it, right? It's cool to see other people from the area. Yep.
Yeah. And we have a big visual group in the Michigan community, but I think more and more there's been a lot more astro photography coming out of our area.
Really, I didn't know about the visual group. I wasn't aware of that.
A lot of the clubs, like the Lowbrows in Ann Arbor, the older folks in the Warren Astronomical Society and Seven Ponds, a lot of them are old time visual astronomers. Big Dobbs, big mirrors, and initially kind of scoffed at the astrophotography. But over the last couple of years, it's sort of it's become more prominent in the hobby, especially with the lockdowns and everything.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Everybody got into it during that period. And even so many more YouTubers and TikTokers and everybody, you know. Yep. Oh, sure.
Yeah. Awesome. So it's and then it's finding out
nice.
about this party.
Yeah, it's nice to you know, we follow you. Lots of people here at work follow you on TikTok, you know, and so somebody's always running into my office saying, "Look how many views that Chuck got
but you know what,
with his astrophotography on TikTok," you know, and I'm like, wow.
I was hot for a while on TikTok, but now it's like I'm not. But now I'm hot on YouTube. And I remember telling you, Scott, a long time ago that I was so proud to think I had 20,000 subscribers. Oh, I want 500,000. Now I'm getting there. I've got almost 400,000. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Social media is fickle. You know, I'm waiting to get hot again, get on TikTok, but it's fickle.
There's rock stars out there that probably don't have the following that you do, Chuck. So
yeah,
you know, that's
they're
awesome.
always changing their algorithm. You can never keep up.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for thrilling all of us and for showing us the sky the way you do, Chuck. Thank you so much, man.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Take care.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we were supposed to have Glenn Roberts up, but apparently he's having some connection problems or something. I don't see him in the lineup here. But we will bring on Adrian Bradley. You've got the stage right now, Adrian.
All right. Well, I'm just going to get right to it. I have the presentation computer, and I'm going to share the screen. Let's see, maybe take down some of the chat on screen too and share. So when I saw the quote that you put up from Buzz Aldrin, I was prepared to share some of the moon photos down here, including this one, which just by happenstance, I caught lunar V. There's the lunar X, and there's the lunar V. As the moon grows and it gets quarter phase, it's an interesting challenge to try and shoot these features, basically where the sun is and where the terminator is. It illuminates the rim of those craters, and it makes it look like it's a small X and a small V. There's the X. It maybe looks a little more like an N for most folks, but that is the official lunar X. There are a lot of craters that sort of form an X, and then there's the V right here. Again, rim of a couple of ridges that are on the moon that when the sun hits them just right, it looks like a V. So rather than just shooting the moon for the sake of shooting a beautiful picture, you can go after, that's one of the features that we go after on the moon. This will come after new moon. This is a waxing crescent that I shot. We'll talk about I got a new tracker to complement the Explore Scientific mount that I purchased, and I'm looking to do some more classic astrophotos with that mount. I'll share a couple of the images. My other mount died on me after I took this photo with it, and then in a different part of the where was I? The Alsabo River, northern lower peninsula of Michigan. I took this final photo with it, and I was able to track for, I believe this was roughly 60 seconds. May have been 30 because I'm looking at the detail in the trees. Usually you get a little bit of a blur if you track for more than, say, 40 seconds. The moonlight is casting that blue hue. If you were here and you saw Jason Guenzel's images of the rising Milky Way, either moonlight or sunlight will cast that bluish hue in the sky that you end up capturing, along with starlight and then the beautiful colors. There's the light from the moon rising off of stage left, and it illuminated these trees here. So, but then the star tracker went kaput, and so I've been testing the new star tracker, and here are a couple of the images that I've been able to get. This is typical of the type of image I like to shoot, where you don't have a fancy, I would say, an exotic foreground, but you're standing there in the snow looking at the sky. Now I have a modified camera, so you'll view a little more, like you can see the rosette here, you can see some other nebulosity, and then even a little bit of the California. Aside from that, you're standing there as if you were there, looking, this is basically a portrait view of Orion beginning to fall to the southwest, and the rest of the winter circle along with it. Here's Sirius from Canis Major. And so I decided to try just a wide angle, aim right at the sky, and ended up with this as a first of many attempts to collect some wide angle data. So I've got some color noise here, but you can see some of the features, including this second. This is a real bit of nebulosity that comes off of Barnard's Loop. I've seen some deep images of Orion, and this area shows up in some of those deeper images. This is just a 10-second image. There's the M45 over here. There's M45, and a little bit, there's a little void that surrounds M45. There's the California. There's the Hyades. And then there's all the nebulosity that's in the molecular structure. If I take a lot more frames, and the plan is to use the Explore Scientific, the IXOS 100 PCM8 mount, and do some tracking with that, and take some frames with it and see what I can get. And yes, this is the region that's in the now infamous Skies Up magazine cover. When I was at Okotex, this was rising and it was close to the ground. So the ground was somewhere around here, and that part of the Milky Way was rising. So speaking of, for those that are looking for a free answer to the questions earlier, that column of light, and this is last year's column of light that that I picked up.
Can't give away the answer though.
Well, you just got a huge hint because I called it a column of light. We'll leave it at there. There's the little Andromeda galaxy. You saw a beautiful picture from Paul Owen of his Andromeda galaxy, but from a 14 millimeter lens, you can still get light from that to show up. And this is at twilight. There's a double cluster, and there's a few other things going on. There's a Pleiades again. The Orion is a little bit misshapen because of the way that the lens basically misshaped Orion, but you can still tell that it's Orion. Now, I think this I shot this before modifying the camera, so it's more of a true light, what your eyes see on this beach at the tip of the thumb of Michigan. There's a small town here. Sunset happened, I would say about 30 minutes from taking of that picture, or maybe an hour. And at Okotex, we've talked about the Okotex Star Party. There's this thing going the other way, and you just saw a picture. There's the beehive again. This time it's immersed in this light. And this is from the south. Orion rises higher, and in a dark sky, more of this part of the Milky Way can be seen. I was able to capture this in a wide field shot a couple of nights ago, but it had to be near the top of the sky, and Orion had to move all the way to the southwest part of the sky. This is southeast, and you're seeing similar, and you're seeing nebulosity that I was able to capture. Bortle 4 skies, this is a Bortle 1 sky, and you're seeing most of the same data in a 30-second capture that it took 81 seconds to capture in a in a Bortle 4 sky. So the skies do make a difference, but traveling to places like here in Point O'Bark Lighthouse, which has Bortle 3 skies, which I like doing things like that. Not only that, I'll try my hand at moonlight photography. And this is an attempt at a composite to show what I saw. Once again, the sun's setting, the moon is getting ready to set, and you're able to tease out details of the Milky Way as it's rising and starting to roll. This is facing south by southwest over here. This is facing south. And so this is one of those proof of concept. I was able to get a Milky Way image. There's a lot of city light that's blocking out all of the any data that you would get here, and the moon was still in the sky. I made it a composite because the single image of this just shows a bright splotch, but I added the moon as it was setting over there. And then couple others I'll share. A couple of other attempts I do like realism in my photos. So like you see the moon, you see this is the way you see it with your eyes or through a pair of binoculars. And if you hold your camera steady enough, you get a pretty good shot with a 600 millimeter camera. And the mirrorless camera with image stabilization, you can get a pretty good shot on the moon just by pointing and shooting. So it is possible. I attempted a composite and I made the moon entirely big. Now there are photos out there that do this on purpose. It's sort of the fantasy photo type of deal. This is so this moon ended up right smack in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy. So it blew out any light of the galaxy that would be there. The real moon. But then when I put a full moon, 95 or 98% full moon on it, there's Scorpius right here, and it dominates the scene. The actual size of the moon is maybe an eighth of this. If you see it if it were to scale, it would not be this big. There are a lot of composite sort of fantasy photos that have the moon larger than life. And it makes for a beautiful picture. An very interesting picture. You've got, of course, this is also blown out. I think I took a few versions of this image. Once this beach reopens, I plan on coming back down and giving this another shot.
Adrian,
and so now
it's nice that you point that out, how you created this shot. I have seen gallery level photographers claim that they made the shot, when in fact, a few astronomers look at it and go, there's no way. There's no way that he made the shot at the time that he claims to have made it, and all these other things. So, it's important to have things, unless you want to do it for artistic license and you say so, that's fine, but to claim it's real sometimes is a problem.
Yeah, you have to look out for that when you're doing it. And I don't know if my other image is showing up wasn't quite a good superimposing of the moon rising over the lake. It was closer, but not exact. And we're missing some important detail of the moon here. And it looks like, you took something and you just popped it on this scene. So it is a challenge for realism. It's a beautiful picture, and the colors are kind of similar to what you would see, but I think it's good to tell folks that this is a composite. This is what I was going for. Being honest about how you present your images allows them to be accepted. They're, that we live in a world of information. Do we know if it's true or not? And many people that don't look up all the time into the night sky might feel that this is something, that's real. Where do I go and see it? So we do have to, I think we do owe it, to be careful. This, of course, just a shot of the 95% moon or 98% moon, I'd call it. Very real shot, similarly handheld. And a target that I want to get off the beaten path, talking with Jason Guenzel about it. This is the 37 cluster. There's a sharpless object a little further up to the right. And you may not see it on your screen. I'm noticing in playback that you're seeing a big moon right now. So there's the 37 cluster is going to show up eventually, if I didn't just lose connection with my I think I just lost connection with my presenting computer layer. So it's a good place to stop.
Right.
So let's see if it shows up. The contraption that I use really quick. Let's see if I can do this. Virtual background. Okay, here we go. None. All right. So my trusty tablet that always works. So here is the contraption. There's the old Skywatcher mount, the wedge that I'm blocking from view. There's the wedge, and I actually mounted the move, shoot, move tracker. It comes with this bright laser that there you can see the green of the laser. That you actually point that at the North Star to polar align it, and then you use your camera with your lens on it, and you take your wide field shot. Or you can put in, if you polar align pretty well and you're steady, you can put a different lens on and get a narrower field of view. Great portable system. You just hook this up to a tripod, a sturdy tripod, I might add. And you go out and you do your night wide field astrophotography, or landscape astrophotography, as we've begun calling it. Let's see if I've got. Here we go.
That's a good name for it.
Yeah, it's got a couple of names, and ending with, you saw Orion. I'll try and get out of the way of the shot. So you saw Orion, but earlier on we have the rest of the galactic center. I think this was around September or so of 2021 when I took this, or 2020. The years are running together, but very same place at Lake Hudson. So as the sky changes, your image, your location may not change, but what you capture in the night sky does change. So it keeps things fresh and moving, and it keeps you going out there to take images, see what you can get. Not all of your images may turn out the way you want, but you just have to keep going, and keep going until you get something that you do like, and you make it your own. I'm definitely, like all the other presenters, we get the images, and sometimes they're used in different publications. A couple of the newsletters for the clubs I'm in are always using my images, and one of those newsletters won an award, the Warren Astronomical Society. But for me, it's just the journey, being out there in the night sky, looking up. I always do that before I take a picture, because I enjoy immersing myself in whatever night sky scene I'm in, just looking up and just enjoying the view. That part of it is just as important as settings, or am I polar aligned properly? Am I, is everything working out? Am I getting sharp stars? I mark my lenses so that I don't have to spend as much time dealing with that, and I can spend more time composing shots, because that's a part of the fun, is composing the shots and being able to be mobile enough to try something different and say, well, let's go from a different angle. Let's see what we can get. So it's a wonderful hobby. And as I've said, a couple past star parties, I've been at one location so much, I'm trying to write a coffee book for it, showing some of the images that I've gotten there at night. And we'll see how that goes. So
Great.
So I think that's it, Scott. I'm going to turn it back over to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on and sharing your wonderful landscape astrophotographs.
Yeah, Nightscapes works just as well. It's gaining in popularity, I think. So it's more and more people are interested in shooting the Milky Way, like Paul Owen mentioned. So more people want to know what settings, what gear to get for that.
A couple of people asked some questions. They wanted to know exactly what, I think you answered the question, what mount you're using. They just wanted to know how much it costs.
This was a $239 mount. And
Oh,
most of
very
these tracking
affordable.
mounts, yeah, most of the tracking mounts will run between $200 and $300. Now, when Move Shoot Move first came out, they came in at an introductory price of $150.
Wow.
Enough sales. I assume they made enough sales, and it's a pretty sturdy unit. I've got it still set up here. It's a sturdy enough unit, and it's like prices started to go up. A lot of good astrophotographers, mobile astrophotographers gave feedback, and they've been listening, and their customer service is really good too. It took a few weeks for it to ship, but it got here in great condition, and it's done a great job. Now, I do have a plug for you, Scott. The Explorer Scientific IXOS. It's a larger mount, just as clockwork as far as the tracking goes. It was responsible for a number of shots that I took one night at Point O'Bark Lighthouse Park, just by regular sidereal motion and aiming the scope toward the North Star, and I still got great shots out of it just by just making sure that it was roughly polar line, and it still did a great job. So having a couple of mounts gives you a couple of options.
Thank you. It's not all the gear, though. I'll be the first one to tell you. I've been involved in the world of photography for many years, both on the still side of photography and going through successions of learning about astrophotography and actually being able to sit side by side with some of the top astrophotographers around. And it is a lot about the skill. And when they talk about the journey of going through this, it is definitely that, because you're constantly taking note of what you did. And, it's like a stepping stone. You're just getting better and better and better. And of course, there's setbacks. Sometimes things go awry. There's equipment things that happen, or nature happens to you somehow, but aside from that, you'll find that if you stick with it, you'll see this progression that will take you to heights that you will only be able to, this kind of satisfaction and this kind of wonder is born inside of you, because you're revealing the invisible, and that's totally cool.
I look forward to that, but on another hand, I also try and stay humble. At one point, I did try to make the astrophotography look good enough and see how many views I could get, and kind of chase that a little bit. The moment I decided I'm doing this my way, and I'm not trying to follow, I appreciate all of the great astrophotographers, I appreciate all of the Paul Owens and Jasons and many others that do a great job and have taught how to do this. But in looking for my own voice and just saying, what is it I want to present in the night sky, that's when I think a lot of the images started to get noticed. And I stopped chasing quote unquote fame and just said, this is what I love to do. This is how I love to present it. And, still working on my process, really just, getting out of my comfort zone a little and doing a little more, classic astrophotography, seeing what I can pull down and, trying different things.
I think, Adrian, you articulated that very well, and I think that, that's an important message for anybody that is doing astronomy, whether it's strictly visual, or grabbing those images for the beauty of it, or for the science of it. So,
exactly.
Thanks, Adrian.
You can get into the hobby and love the kind of the attention to detail, and it could be more about how you process things, or you can do it for the love of what you're taking the picture of. And I really believe that when you do it for the love of what you're taking the picture, you love astronomy and it's not just a conduit to, sort of show off that you've got these skills. You're doing it for the love of astronomy. The images come out with a sort of personality that people can see your version of the cosmos, from what you're presenting. And, then it means a lot more. And it's outreach. You're saying, no, that those stars are real. And this is what's in the sky. I've answered questions. What are those 3 stars that are in there? That's Orion's belt.
Sure.
That's Betelgeuse. And it's been the way for the last couple of years. It's how we do outreach. So,
okay. You've got a question here. We're going to do this one question, then we're going to move on to Cesar Brollo down in Argentina. But the question is, do you have an experience in programming, for example, to work out measured data?
So programming, I've done general programming, but working out measured data, I can't say that I've gotten that deep into it. As far as knowledge of data, it just comes from having done amateur astronomy, including visual astronomy, and then just sort of translating that. My main job is a Linux engineer, so understanding how systems work is something that I do put into, I put into the astrophotography that I do. But I'm not sure I'm, as far into the weeds of data as the question might be suggesting.
I get it. Yeah. Well, I can tell that you're keeping it, very enjoyable for yourself, and that comes across when you show your images, and I think that's awesome. So,
thank you, Scott. Those are some long drives.
Yes, they are. I know, and cold nights.
Yeah. All right, hola, Cesar. It's your turn.
Yeah, it's Cesar's turn. That's right.
Hi, Adrian. How are you? Excellent presentation, Adrian. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to see your smile and see the balcony and know that the southern sky awaits.
Yes. I prepare for the next GSP image because tonight I don't have. I wasn't lucky because my computer don't register the camera. I use an XWB planetary camera, but this camera with this telescope, you can make long exposure without problem, and for nebulas is perfect. But the problem is that sometimes the things have glitches, have a ghost, or how do you say another? I remember the name of the movie in the 80s. Not Critters, if not the most famous Gremlins.
Gremlins.
The Gremlins, yes.
Is that what you have,
Yes.
Cesar? Is Gremlins tonight?
Yes, I think that was impossible. Yes, the mold worked very well. I changed. I sold the last EX100 for a customer to say, please, solve me. Okay. Well, I
don't worry,
to me,
Cesar. I got plenty more. I have plenty more.
Absolutely. Yes. I know that can have for me maybe 20 EX100 more, and but tomorrow I need to put in my computer and send another order for telescope this month, because we sold everything that we had. Only we have a few number of this model of telescopes, and I keep amount for me, because if not, it's impossible to keep something for me. I give me the access to month, and people don't solve that. No, don't insist. Insistir sería en Spanish. Insist, not insist. This optical tube is so light that tonight I forget the counterbar.
Oh, the counterweight. Oh,
the counterweight. Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't need that for this. With maybe this telescope have a less than 2 kilos weight. It's nothing for the moment. It's nothing.
Right.
But you know, I had I made a great visual for the Orion Nebula. Despite this from the city, I really enjoyed many objects in the sky from the city with this telescope, because it's the f of this telescope is only f 4.3. It's no more than because it's very short the focus. I insist that it's a great telescope for kids. Of course, that the telescope is sold without a mount. If not, it's possible. But the telescope originally is excellent for parents that like to give something for the kids, especially in the last Christmas. Really, we received the comments of the people that say, okay, it's easy to use, don't have a lot of amount of magnification that are impossible to search the things in the sky. But well, only I can tell you to the people this, because the problem is that the camera don't connect it with the computer. I don't know why, because it's a camera that I use it with the same computer. But you know, sometimes the things are magically wrong and don't work. But despite this, I can tonight I can share in my screen. I can share our Facebook. Let me. Sure, it's not easy, we know. Okay, I can share something of the history of our company in Saraco, where I choose the pictures of our Facebook web our Facebook page of our company in the part of astronomy, that the name is Astronomía Amateur. You can see the screen.
Yes.
And this is something about business, and this is the pictures of the Facebook site of our company. The name, I repeat, this name is Amateur Astronomy. Here is the latest pictures that I have. Is the Big Sun OTA Maxi telescope that we put in the front page of the site, Facebook site, because it's the newest telescope that we will be having this year. It's really we in the past we had this eyepieces. They are really legendaries. I don't know how if all people say that this is a Vixen bar, but maybe the people from Vixen in Japan don't say. They talk only a bar, you know.
It's because they are Vixen.
Yeah, it's like a Russian salad, or yes, you know. Yes, because I found in their own catalog, in their Vixen's webpage, they don't say Vixen.
No,
style.
they don't say Vixen.
Because this is a bar for them. It's great. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have one of this optical tube assembly, because really I need to have one of these. Well, it's great because we have a lot of history in our pictures. Many of our pictures of our posts are things that we work in the Global Star Party mostly.
Yes.
This is the last lunar eclipse.
Nice.
Yes, this is a picture that I took from the balcony. Was a great picture with very easy equipment, very small equipment from the, and especially because it was from the window, not from the balcony. If not from the window of my living room, I opened the window and I took the picture. Like all the time, I love to say that astronomy can be easy or can be affordable for the people, and sometimes in a situation where you don't think that you can get a great image, in this case of solar sunspots. You know, this is our showroom. Actually, EXS 100,
Nice.
Spark Scientific.
Nice.
These are another brands, but EXS 100 for every tube that we have. We sold completely. Yeah.
It's nice. But you guys have a nice variety of brands and types of telescopes and mounts and gear of all kinds. So that's cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool.
This is something that I don't know, because this is something that it's a scientific high quality, something that not all people knows, that you can collimate with this 4-screw the position of the mirror.
Yes.
A customer told me last week that I can't believe that. Yes, but you don't need to touch that. Okay. Yeah.
We have people that want to, though. That's the reason why we designed that in, because some people like to have control over every piece of optic that they have.
Yes, the people.
Unfortunately, we're not giving them collimation screws for the eyepieces just yet. So
yes. Sure, and they are going to turn crazy because when you start to collimate something and you are going every time more outside the line, yes, it's something that include me. Sometimes I have the same problem. I say, why do people love this, to touch this? Because it's really a nightmare. But it's my work, and sometimes in an optical bench you have more possibilities to work all work properly. But it's something that the people love, to have a lot of screw to change other things. Something that we sold sometimes a lot, it's a laser collimator, but it's something that say, why you don't prefer use the typical thing, for example, in Newtonian telescope, where you have your eyes centered in the line of the image, before you can touch a little more, watching the star with a strong magnification, watching the iris. Some people told me, okay, it's possible. Yes, it's better than only the laser collimation. To people that I explained that, the people said, thank you, because it's really great way to understand how optics works. Well, here do you have the EXS 100 with a lot of heavy payload, because you can see the two counterweights that are that are supplied, and with 2 heavy counterweights more, and still working. And this mount are working now.
Right.
I remember that Jerry watched something of this picture and say, "Come on." You do you remember when because we showed to Jerry Havel this picture
About 2
And
years ago. We
I think
did
yes,
a
I think
test.
that was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Here.
Okay.
Well, here is it's a commercial Facebook too, and we have a lot of products that show. For example, this one was the last 127 Exos FDC 100, and normally we put in in the picture, say, come on, call us because we can get one of these. And here in Argentina, with the problems with importations, it's a success and something very special when you have a telescope that is unusual, and you say to the people, "Come on, take the opportunity."
Yeah,
because
take
not
advantage.
all day you have the opportunity to have this kind of telescope. This is something that I make. I have with my father a small manufacture facility that is. I show in another global safari. For example, here I remember that in this time, here you have the combination of Losman D, the mount with a Vixen style mount. Actually, mostly mounts have the possibilities to make the 2 sizes, but sometimes I need to manufacture this kind of things because the people have a size of Vixen and they have a telescope with a different bar, but maybe they have 2 different mounts and they like to use different conditions, different mounts with different bar sizes. Well, here is my typical day in my table repairment.
This is your job. Yes.
8 inches Schmidt-Cassegrain, older style, 8 inches telescope. Maybe within, this is from the 78, and this is from the 80. No, this is from the 90s, 94, I think. This optical tube, and this one is from the end of the 80s, and actually they still working. This one is yes. This one is, I don't know. This is a chromatic refractor that is actually an observatory of the university, like a guided scope. And here is a Chihuahua Optical Company telescope from the 1998, I think, that we used a lot of time these Newtonians with the same very similar focal length to this. Well, history of global safari more, because we put we post many times the global safari. A picture of 2 years ago of moon eclipse from my rooftop.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Beautiful, yeah. Yes. Was a beautiful. Our next star party. This is from the 2019, and wow. we are preparing our next star party from 1, 2, and 3 April. Next April, in not more than 45 days, we are having again our main star party in Argentina, Valle Grande Star Party. This is the yes, it's a beautiful place. We are preparing in the grass. This is a hotel that we keep for us completely because
the whole you ran out the whole hotel.
Yes, it's not so complicated because in this time of the year it's a low season for tourism in April in Mendoza especially, but we are more people around, you know, maybe normally we are 100 for a small hotel in the middle of the desert. No, it's not a desert, but it's a very dry weather, very nice.
You can see stars all the way down beyond the building,
absolutely.
So that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here we have a roof where it's easy to leave the telescopes assembled to the night. You can go to sleep and get leave the telescope only with a cover. It's very nice because in this area you have this a huge roof, or you know, a terrace, maybe a terrace you can say. Here to the grass is going to the people more for make astrophotography with the smaller mounts and only cameras. And here we have the area of, for example, we make different areas where that we call it tables, where the people is going with their telescope and their computers to make, for example, photometry, astrometry, astrophotography, photometry is for variable stars, spectrometry, and we are changing in the different nights to the different tables and make a different experience. And in the day we have professional astronomers or specialists to explain new themes. You know, it's a star party. Yeah. This is in the same star party, but from the 2011 with the American, you know, ABSOIS.
Oh yeah, the American Astro.
Yes.
Variable
American
star. Yeah.
Yes. You can see we make
Association
together the
Variable Star
meeting.
Observers.
Yes, and a lot of people from United States and other parts of the world visit us in the 2011. My picture of the eclipses that is not so good like Maxi Faliere's picture of the eclipse. Here another picture of our star party, maybe in 2007 or 2004. Yes, maybe 2007. Yes, I remember now, because it was the first time that I tried with my camera and took the pictures in digital you know, format. San Juan eclipse. This was professional astronomy congress, and we was invited to make something for the people from Viedma, in another province of Chubut.
Rio Negro.
Rio Negro, sorry, Rio Negro. Chubut is more to the south. Here is in San Juan.
Oh, look at this.
Eclipse. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes. This was totally was our major and stronger participation with a huge number of people going to watch the telescope. Do you remember that we prepare a lot of Explore Scientific telescope, especially with filters, solar filters, to watch to the people, to show to the people and take pictures of the eclipse. Was incredible because we received all the entire day, a lot of kids and people with their cell phone, and they could take pictures of the eclipse with Mylar solar filter. Our another showroom that we but this is this store. We closed the store and we opened another one in another part of the city because this area started to have, problems of security. But this was before 1 year before the pandemic. But actually our store where we have the telescopes is bigger. Maybe this year I can take a picture with more telescope than here. But here, this is one of our works with the people of Bella Vista Cosmos and the Observatory of San Miguel, where we went to we started to show to the people. Here you have more solar eclipses. It's something that is a mix where it's a commercial site, but we have a lot. Here is our actual showroom, but actually we sold a lot of things and we have the showroom empty again. But don't worry about this, because if we can sell everything, we are happy.
Sure.
Yes, this is another showroom. Well, and this is something. And here we have, at all times we show to the people, for example, this telescope, and we put pictures. Here is the actual showroom.
Yeah.
Yes, we had a lot of different visits in the last Star Party. The last Christmas. Here is a picture of the last eclipse. This one was, I remember I was talking with Maxi Falieres while I took this picture. Maxi, do you remember? Well, yes.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, it was in the lunar eclipse in November.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Was it? It's have a potential picture of, because I can't believe the light of the moon. It's really incredible. It's like a sun. And this is the picture of that I can took. Well.
Yeah, this shot is really beautiful too.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share my screen for a second and show you what Optica Sirocco will also be able to carry. I don't know if you can fit it into your showroom.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like
yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Now this is
just
the middle
space. Yeah.
This is the middle size unit. I think this one's a 40-inch or something like that. But
wow.
Yeah.
No, the things when I heard that Norman Fullum started to say, okay, he's a genius and he's a telescope manufacturer, and really in the brand in his hands, it's really something powerful. I think that
Yes.
that if you go to buy a telescope and
Yeah.
yes, you found
Those
this
are just huge.
to Norman that have the biggest. First of all, I think that Norman have the biggest manufacturing big size mirror
Yes.
for commercial in the world.
I believe you're right.
Yes, because I know that another guy in Hong Kong makes something similar, but not in the huge diameters that Norman.
Look at that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's
For me is one
massive
of
beast of a
yes.
telescope.
And yes, and something that
It's supposed
is a
to not
powerful.
to watch the stars, not destroy them.
Yeah.
You're
Look
pulling
at that.
down.
If
You're
you
pulling
go to
down some
buy
15th magnitude objects.
Oh, easy.
16th, 17th,
Easy.
20th magnitude objects.
yes,
You're after quasars.
you need sunglasses to see the Orion Nebula.
Practically, yeah.
Oh, and those are
Yes,
the
these are
planetary
photographs
images.
made with them, but
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's incredible.
Wow.
Really, we need to go to a star party to inaugurate the the shop of
sure.
the Explore Scientific Corner in Fullum Optics.
Yeah.
We need to go. We need to go.
But we're very happy to have this new distributorship, and and that automatically puts you in line as the authorized dealer for these telescopes. So, yeah, they can be special orders, Cesar.
Absolutely.
They're going to
And
be
the
a little
special
pricey.
thing is that
a little.
That you, of course, that I think that it's a connection between through Explore Scientific, some big size telescope from Norman Fullums can be how do you say can be maybe make a special Explore Scientific huge branded, of course, huge Dobson telescope. Why not? I think that it's absolutely possible. Yes.
It absolutely is possible.
Sure.
We'll see how it goes along. With we're of course we've never sold anything
by
in
Norman
this,
Fullum, of course.
this range, but so.
Well,
but,
you're probably looking at big observatories or folks with a lot of coin that are building backyard visual observatories. I don't know how they're going to.
People that are I mean, this is really no different than I have friends that have bought RVs that cost this much money. Okay. For such a telescope.
Now they've
like
got
that.
the telescope to put in the RV and make it a traveling observatory.
Right. That's right. So, but it's all what you want to do. I mean, even Norman was not a wealthy man starting out this company, and but he chased his dreams, so
yeah,
that was the deal. And
it's fantastic. It's something
that's
an
right. Excellent design.
Yes, I have only a small wrapper machine. Norman had a huge wrapper machine that maybe they don't have. It's incredible. When I remember the first time that he started to show the manufacturer facilities, I'm too crazy watching.
I remember.
Yes, only this and freeze and with this. No, was
and to think he made those machines himself. Okay, he made his own coating machine. Can you imagine making your own coating chamber? I mean, and not just for like a little mirror, but for something huge. Okay,
absolutely.
So it's it is really amazing, you know, and he's very humble. He said, you know, I only have an 11th grade education. This guy's a telescope making genius. He really is. So
absolutely, because drive a surface of 1 meter, and you know, it's so difficult. I'm working in a 12 inches now. It's a nightmare because I love work, but you have a lot of different things. I mean, I need to change the tool or change the for example, change the draw of the tool sometimes because I have a tool that is working too much. I have a depressed area. It's very difficult to work, especially when it starts to decrease to have a bigger diameters. It's incredible. No, this is in a time where the world is going less, the people less the notch length, from the people is less than in the past. It's really it's really a treasure the people that know how make something. Really, it's incredible. And play the guitar very well.
And then play the guitar.
Yes, he's a hero. He's my hero. He's my hero. Come on.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Cesar. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, and I think Maxi had some stuff he wanted to show tonight. So, Maxi, how are you?
I'm fine. Good night, everyone. How are you?
But before Cesar goes, I do want to, you know, he talked about it a little bit, but Cesar will be hosting the next Global Star Party next Tuesday. So,
excellent.
So we look forward to that. That's going to be great.
Congratulations.
Yep.
What?
So, cuento con vos, Maxi. Ya estás, ¿eh?
Sí, por supuesto. Bueno, voy a hacer la clase en español ahora. No. Well, good night, everyone. Tonight, I'm going to do some live views from the southern skies that I have also in my backyard, my equipment. I want to tell you something that I've been working on. I could get a little progress and upgrade with the new features like CWO ACR Plus, and also with another guiding camera to get all of that. And well, I'm still practicing. So, and also what I could get is a camera that allows you to get more precisely with the collimation of your Newtonian, or if you have a reticulating telescope. So let me share my screen. Okay. Do you see it?
Yes.
Great. So basically, here's my scope, my mount, and here we have the ZWO ACR Plus, and here's the Ocal camera. That's this is the view from my cell phone connected to that camera.
Okay.
To get more precisely the collimation. I was 2 days, I think, practicing and trying to get more precisely, but I think in this time I got it. So
you're showing something very important here. You're showing also the proper offset of the secondary mirror on that fast Newtonian telescope, you know, and it has to be that way in order to capture the entire cone of light coming off the primary. But yeah, many people with fast Newtonians try to change the secondary position and the primary mirror so that the whole secondary is right in the middle. Okay. And that is absolutely wrong on these designs. So
yeah,
that's
they have to have this circle around.
Yeah, they want it centered up, and that makes it so that you're not seeing the whole mirror. Okay.
It's like an ear. And but you have to see this kind of shape because this is the focuser reflected in the secondary, and also, well, here's the camera. This software allows you to break the borders of the secondary mirror, because also you can rotate it, and maybe it's not very circular. So this helps you really a lot. And well, I was working to find the offset precisely, and well, recollimating and practicing. So here's another picture of the scope assembled. Well, here's the my guiding tube for now.
Nice.
It's 60 millimeters refractor. And here's the guiding camera and the primary. So I was practicing I think 2 days ago. Here's the picture of the Sirius star. And I think in this case, it's a little has a shape of it's like an open it, but I see the stars really rounded.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty good.
So
pretty good.
and that the spikes are fine.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'd probably start going after this type of
You'd be happy with that,
combination.
Adrian?
I'd be happy with it. Stars
And-
around, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's right.
and also it's only a single picture of 30 seconds only. And so and also I was practicing with M42. This only 60 seconds single exposure. So now, like I said, well, here's I don't know if you see Stellarium software.
We do now. Yep.
Excellent. Well, this is a little. This is how I see the skies tonight. Right now, I'm pointing to Canopus star. This is the sister of Sirius because they are together in the summer skies, and well, I'm
We
using
just missed Canopus in the north. It doesn't quite go far enough to for us to see it. Canopus, we can see Sirius, but not Canopus.
And now it's really up, pointing to the southwest. So here I installed this software called BlueStacks that allows me to emulate the Android system. So I'm using the ACR Plus software that I installed here, and I was allow me to connect to my Wi-Fi and also connect the ACR Plus to my network Wi-Fi. So I can control all this inside of my home or in my cell phone. It's amazing.
Nice.
And this is what I need for that little rig that I've got. I got to get the ASI Air and start, start controlling it from inside the truck.
Yeah.
When I'm on location.
This way is a few moments to get open. I don't know if the connection is okay, but yeah, I'm connected. Well, anyway, I want to do some little tour. I think it's open. Here's the software, and right now I'm guiding because it's open and you can see almost a few stars, but let's get back. And I'm going to take a 30 seconds picture of a Canopus star. Let's see what I get. And this software is amazing. You can do a cross-share in the middle to annotate of galaxies or stars, detect stars. Also does the place solve to when you get polar alignments. And it's really simple. It's amazing. Well, let's see what I get. Oh, it's downloading the picture or the preview.
So, Maxi, are you inside your house now? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
And here we go.
Nice.
Here's the Canopus star. I think it's okay, the focus. So
impressive.
I can do also 0.2 seconds of exposure, and also this software allows you to auto the stretch the histogram to get automatically, or if you reset, you have this. So what I want to do now, well, is stop the guiding and let's make a little tour. I want to show you some things. Here we have the control panel of the mount because I'm connected to the EQ mode software, and now I can search the tonight best, or I don't know what place do you want to go. We have Itacarina, we have
47 Tucane.
47 Tucane. I think now it's really low.
Now is the best is Itacarina.
Itacarina.
Itacarina is really up. Okay, let's go.
We do Itacarina.
NGC 3372. So I click and I say go to. Now the mount is doing the to get position. And when
Maxi, nos quedamos hasta las 4 de la mañana.
Olvídate. Me estoy volviendo loco con esto.
Adrian, I say him that I say, okay, Maxi, we are going to use your telescope to the 4 a.m.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because we are happy. Yes.
Yeah.
Now when you get to that position, I think, well, I hope the cables not get really tight, but it will do a place solve to get centered the object. It's amazing.
Is that from the ASI Air as well, or
Yeah.
just the other software you're using?
No, this is only from SIR.
Wow.
They are only simple in
Yes.
that.
I for this month, in the forum, many people are connecting the ESIR with the EX2. Work really
it's allowed to do connection with the Export Scientific mounts. I see in the configuration of the mount. Well, here we got the place is only.
Wow.
This is only
8,500 light years away.
No, ahora dale gas. 30.
30 seconds. Okay.
Yes.
Let's get guiding.
Put gas. It's the
There's
same
lots of
in
gas
Spanish.
out there.
Yes, put more gas. Yes.
Oh, so it's gonna plate solve.
Yeah, it's now.
You're picking stars to guide on.
Yeah, I'm guiding here with the refracted telescope.
It's something that is really a dream.
It really looks like all the features you need are just sitting there, kind of in front of you.
Exactly.
And it's really nice.
You have the configuration of the main camera, with the place solve does the exactly focal length. And
yes, this is very important for the plate solve because you have especially the field of information.
Oh, there's
Look
your
at
image.
picture, only one picture. It's amazing. Yeah.
I think I got overfill. You got to
yeah. Sometimes maybe you don't have the completely guiding.
No, this is not from guiding.
The focus isn't quite locked in.
Let's
or you don't have the entire turn of the worm. you know. And
No,
it
this is not
maybe
confusing. This is because when it starts to guiding, it moves a lot of more place and take the
yes.
picture. Let's take another
Oh,
one.
so in other words, it wasn't steady.
Exactly. Now
Yeah.
I think it goes okay because the total guiding is
Yeah, you
belongs
can see the
to 1
performance.
second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. No,
That
yes.
makes sense.
I thought first, you know, that
In other words, it
sometimes,
wasn't quite stable.
yes.
Let's
But
see now.
come on, it's beautiful.
That's right.
No, it's the focus. Oh man.
Maybe the focus, you say? Well,
Yes.
it's maybe a mix between focus and.
If
Do
you
you have a little?
if you continue, I will go outside and get a little focus. If you continue, I will be back in a few moments. Okay?
Okay. Okay. No problem.
I've got to.
Continue
So
talking, guys.
yeah, it's great software. Unfortunately, I'm going to be stepping away for bed since I've got actually what time it is here, 11:24, and I have to get up and go into the office. We started going into the office for my main job. If I could move to Arkansas and put in an application, I
You can.
would.
Yeah.
Just going to forget about computers and the money that could be made from that, going to telescopes.
No,
and
yes,
try and build it
Computers
back
down
up.
here too.
Yeah, try
But
and
you'd be
build back
close to
up.
a telescope, company, so that would make it a little bit
Yeah,
more fun.
that'd be easier. Then I could work 2 jobs.
There you go.
One job would be happy, the other job is just there in order
yeah.
to afford the equipment.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been a wonderful star party. Those that are hanging
Thank you.
hanging on, hang in there. I think Maxi has more to do, but I will see you all maybe next Global Star Party.
Yep, I'm sure. I'm sure. Take care, Adrian.
All right. Yep. Thank you,
Good
Scott, Cesar, and tell Maxi.
Adrian, it's a pleasure. And any Tuesday, any night of Global Star Party, it's a pleasure to have people like you that, you're an excellent guest. I see you next week, of course, because I will be the presentation.
Yeah, he's the host.
Yeah.
The host.
Oh, excellent.
No,
So
Scott
we'll
is the
look forward to
presenter.
that. Yeah, the Global
Again.
Star Party, the Argentinian takeover. We look
That's
forward
right.
to it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. All righty. Talk to you all later. Good night.
Good
Take
night,
care,
Adrian.
Yeah.
Good night.
So, Cesar, I was just chatting with Kareem Jaffer just by text messaging just right now, and we are talking about adding a new section to Skies Up magazine, which is just going to be for youth, just for young people. So
amazing. Yeah.
So that will be a great thing, and I'm sure that there is quite a few people in Argentina and South America that would love to be involved in something like that. So
yes. Do you remember that we are supporter for and sponsor for the young people from astronomy.
Sure.
The people that in the last, especially the people in the last eclipses, the encuentros, the EJA, Encuentro de Jóvenes Astrónomos, meeting of young astronomers.
Okay.
The series group, it's a group in Argentina in the area of the Andes and Bariloche in the south that work a lot with astronomy education. I'll contact for the next week one of these members that can talk in English, of course, and
right,
talk about their works. And really, they are amazing. I have a lot of fun when I go to their star parties or meetings.
Yeah.
Because it's very energy. The energy of the kids, the teenagers, and they are specializing in teenagers, and really they are incredible. When you see these meetings only with young people, they are really a massive meeting of just curiosity and energy, focusing in astronomy and science. That is, it's really
Well, I think what's so exciting for people like us, Cesar, is that we're looking, when we see young people involved in science and astronomy, we're looking at the future. We really are, and so it's wonderful to see their enthusiasm, their creativity, their imagination, and really how brilliant a lot of them are.
Yes.
So Nathan, you're on here with us. How would a youth group in Argentina get in connection with the cosmic generation?
Well, Scott, we are still awaiting the confirmation of the website, but until then, we have our next meeting with a sign up link, which I'll post in the chat in a moment. And our next meeting on March 13th, we'll be talking a lot about opportunities for youth, including our magazine, which, as you talked about, will be directed entirely at youth, and will have publication opportunities for youth around the world.
That's great. That's great.
Right. Yeah. I'll send you the contacts or all that I can get. Tomorrow I'll call with the people of OC's group to contact you. That's excellent. No problem. I'll advise that I advise them about the project. It's excellent.
We when I think about this kind of thing, it reminds me a little bit of the Alliance of Historic Observatories, which I'm also involved with, and that right now includes Palomar Observatory, Lowell Observatory, Lick Observatory, the Vatican Observatory, and I know I'm missing one or two others. Yeah. But there's other observatories around the world that want to be involved with this. Each one of the observatories has their own community, but they are looking for ways to have this alliance to strengthen each other and to share resources, share educational materials, or ways to get greater reach into their own communities. Some of the things we've thought of doing is making like a passport program. You go, you get a special passport, and as you visit these, the outreach centers at each one of these observatories, you would get it stamped, but which would be kind of cool for someone that's really into that. I think that, if there was some sort of program with like, a student transfer program similar to that, where you go and you're in another country, and you're involved with the science community there, which I think it would be an amazing experience. Because I remember the first time I went to another country, it was one of the biggest educations of my life, so something to think about. Well, Maxi, is it all dialed in now?
I think so.
Okay.
Let's see now. Well, I think it goes a little
really
more.
we depend of your equipment, because my equipment don't work tonight.
So no pressure, Maxi, but it's got to work perfectly.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
My camera don't work.
Wow. Okay, this is looking pretty good.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems to be unfocused. I don't know why in this place goes like this, because in Canopus it doesn't happen.
Maybe I think that it's focus, but
Mm-hmm. No, it's really.
It's a little.
makes me upset to.
No screaming.
No.
Maxi, comparing my camera that don't connect it to the telescope, to the computer. You know that when scanning from cameras, 1 hour, scanning from camera again, and only the only camera that appeared in my computer was this camera, the webcam camera.
Oh.
No, and it's a CWVO. It's the same brand, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
They're good cameras.
But it's amazing. Really something that you are showing to the people in the live image. We are watching something. What we are thinking that it's a problem. It's not a problem, a little less of focus, because something that is for to show something that like this, like the homunculus, or you know.
Yeah, that's what I want to show you, the homunculus nebula. I don't know if we can get it. It's in this place. Let's look at in this place.
Maybe yes, we're in a small, with a smallest, maybe with a little smallest
this nebula
exposure. Yes, very bright.
It's difficult to get.
The whole glass.
And it's because of the brightness of the star nearby, right? So.
Exactly, the star is in front of it, and let's see if in this place. No, I don't know if I can do it.
But it's easy to see that it's not around.
No, in this place now.
We can feel the shape.
Well, another place we can go is
La Galaxia, Centaurus A.
No, para the wishing well cluster.
Okay.
It's really there.
The wishing well,
and
yes.
You see 35-32.
The wishing well, okay.
The wishing well cluster.
Let's search NGC. 35-32.
I don't remember the cluster that I appoint with this telescope. Maybe 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, that had the asterism of the M. We can start to tell that there's a Molly asterism.
Here we don't have too much Messier objects in the south. It's more like NGC.
Oh yeah, sure.
We have a small nebulosity in the wishing well.
Yeah.
So now it's doing plate solving, and no, sorry. Yeah, here we are. And we have again on focus, I think. Oh man, this
yes,
really
or maybe a little, but it's normal that it's
let it settle down. Let it settle down for a minute.
It's there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let's get 10 seconds. And now it's guiding. Maybe for that it's why, because
don't choose a star for guiding.
No, it started to take the pictures without
normally
guiding.
It's automatic, but yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
That's nice.
Wow. Nice. Excellent.
And here in focus.
Sure.
I didn't touch anything. I don't know why Karina happened.
See, you might have just a little bit of flexure going on inside the tube. Okay, so things can shift. Of course, it takes almost no shift to blur a star. So maybe it's moving just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even really be able to see it by eye, but there might be some things that are happening as you're moving around the sky.
The
This happens on big telescopes too. I mean, like really big telescopes.
Well,
bigger than Fullum Optics telescopes.
Yeah, you can stop now. Buy your Fullum telescope for you.
Actually, I'm so curious as to what
yes,
one of those Fullum scopes would look like in really dark skies.
And when you told me, every time that you told me, yes, we are Cesar, we are distributed that, and I started to turn crazy to the people to say, oh, you need a bigger telescope.
Yeah, you need a much bigger telescope.
Yes. No, now I can stop. Yes. Tomorrow I need to make a calls to people that is enough crazy to buy something like that.
Buy something like that.
This global cluster is amazing to watch it in a telescope. It's unbelievable. It's too many stars, and they are shining like dispersing in nowhere.
Looks like a bunch of diamonds on black velvet. It's nice.
Well, also we have too many global clusters here, but maybe we can go to the Southern Cross and go to the jewel cluster box.
Okay.
El joyero.
Here is cloudy now.
Oh, so I had to hurry. Let's only 10 seconds, and let's go to search MGC.
Yeah, not only will the camera not work, but you have cloudy skies.
Yeah, but maybe between Buenos Aires and Chivilcoy, it's a different. Here the clouds are going from the river from the east. I think
Meanwhile, let's see the weather.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. No, it's from the east, Maxi, because it's I study. Yeah. In a few minutes more. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that nebula.
Yeah. No. You are still
nebula.
Sure. Yeah.
Here's are the classes you are using.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're sucked in
because they're coming here from the east.
From the River Plate.
Yes.
And
no, you don't have clouds now. You don't have clouds. Maybe something of humidity, but wow, beautiful.
Let's take 30 seconds of exposure.
Beautiful, Max. Wow, excellent. The difference of colors. I love the pictures without stretch a lot, if not the natural, because you have a lot of information.
You lose a lot.
Yeah.
So Cesar, this is a question Igor Shirkelin has. He says, can we count the number of stars in a constellation?
I don't think so. Well, there are primarily stars in the constellation, maybe to get the point to that constellation, but there are a lot inside of that.
No, yes.
Here's a 30-second exposure.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I mean, because there are so many faint stars.
It's incredible because and and who is the limit to take to consider inside I don't know if exists a limit of the magnitude limit to consider to stop to account stars inside with the number, first you have the letters, Greek letters and the numbers, but I think that exists, I don't know, it's a great question because maybe exists a limit to say, okay, when you stop to say that the star is from the constellation, and when it start to be inside a catalog with a number like SAO, I don't know. Who is the limit?
Well, before that, I mean, at first that limit was was by naked eye, you know, it was visual limit. And
Sure.
and then it was photographic plate. Okay. And the plates, of course, got better and more sensitive as time went on. And then they also developed fantastic, very fast F ratio telescopes like the Schmidt camera at Palomar Observatory. You know, I got to see one of the last observing runs or imaging runs that was actually shot on glass plates at Palomar, and it was on 14-inch. The plates were 14 inches by 14 inches.
Wow!
And
the photographic plate.
Photographic plate.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. There was the person that was the astrophotographer was running it all by herself. And so this is what she had to do, Cesar and Maxi.
Wow.
She would, the film holder for the 14-inch glass plate was 27 pounds. 27 pounds.
27 pounds.
To hold one plate, okay? Now, on a Schmidt camera, it does not make a flat focus. It's a curved focus. So she would, in total darkness, she would have to get a plate that was specially prepared. It was bathed in warm hydrogen gas, okay? So that you could have hypersensitized film or a hypersensitized plate. Then she would put the plate down onto the holder, and then there was like a handle she would pull down, and then this would bend glass.
Bend
it.
With the Petzval effect, or yeah.
Oh my God! Incredible. And so sometimes she said, what can happen is if when you're bending it, sometimes the glass just explodes. Okay, because it just breaks right there.
But
right?
They use a warm immersion for
no, that was only for the emulsion of the glass plate. Okay, the maybe warming it up maybe made the plate a little bit more flexible, but they weren't like melting the plate, you know. So right, and so it's just, you can imagine pushing down hard glass, so it's now curved just slightly. Okay, so she's down in the dark room underneath the telescope. Complete incredible. Darkness, no lights. Okay, then she runs
like amazing, Maxi, the picture.
Oh yeah.
Here's Omega Centauri. I think Adrian goes out, but
there we go. There we go.
If he's watching, or maybe more later, here's the Omega Centauri global cluster.
Oh, that looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
And they make
the telescope of Nico is amazing to watch it. with the 10 inches telescope in Alberti, it was a mind blow, because you have
really we need a Fullum optics telescope.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a huge place to enjoy watching and stay watching it for
it's Omega Centauri, and maybe you can go to the galaxy to finish the global safari. the deserts.
Oh, the Centaurus A?
Centaurus A.
Yeah, Centaurus A.
Centaurus A.
Yeah,
it looks like a science fiction object. I mean, it is so bizarre, absolutely. So strange.
Beautiful picture of Omega Centauri, Maxi.
Thank you.
Yes, that is beautiful.
51, 28. Okay, let's go to there. Let's stop the guiding. Well, it's really near from there. Now I think I have the moonlight. You can see here it's
nothing.
But I think it will not,
so the moon's close.
It will not bother. Also, we have M83, the Wind Southern Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And well, I don't know. This is Ghost of Iota. I don't know what it is. I think it's a galaxy.
8 o'clock. I need to go to work. No problem.
Okay. No pressure, Maxi. Yes.
No pressure.
But look at it. You can see the dust belt going across.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
that's cool.
Still make it.
Wait for the minutes of picture.
Great.
Now the guiding is okay, so let's keep waiting. So also we have this NGC 49.
Okay, las pinzas. Okay.
Las pinzas. This is another huge galaxy. It's more blur. It's not too much like this magnitude. It's more darkness. It has too much of nebulosity and gas, but this is but it's like a little bit more small than Sculptor Galaxy in the size. So let's see Centaurus A, the galaxy. This place, I have too many nights to take pictures. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, look at that.
Great.
Very nice.
For something that is a live image practically. Really.
Right.
Amazing, Maxi.
Let's see if we can.
For me,
stretch the Instagram.
Yeah, if I took that picture, I'd be very happy.
No, it's perfect.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Man, there's a lot of activity going on in that galaxy.
Yeah.
So well, I don't know if we want to go to another place to watch. These are most the famous places in the southern hemisphere. We have too many much. The Running Chicken Nebula, the Liberty Statue. We have here Nebula in the southern hemisphere, and well, also we have too many galaxies, but in the north you have the most. Let's see if we can go to 83 to close. Stop guiding. Search. 83. Go. So this is an amazing software. It's really simple. It helps really a lot. I only maybe
it's amazing. Really, it's all people that talk about the ACR system and the software is great. It's an excellent complement for the Astro mounts too.
Yeah.
So we have M83. It's right there, but
okay.
Now let's take
1 minute.
Guiding. Yeah. Select to guiding. No, sorry, what I did. Not guiding. So stop when I start to do. Okay. So how's work, Cesar? How's the holidays?
Next holidays.
No. Your holidays. How did you went?
Excellent. But the problem is that when I return to holidays, I get COVID.
Oh.
1 week. I lost.
That's how
10
my
days more from my work. No, yeah. But no, holidays was amazing.
You get sunshine in your skin.
Yes, yes. It's you know, it's Scott in Buenos Aires in Argentina. We really we like to suffer because we told that we go to the beach, but the beach here is very cold water, very windy.
Yeah.
Times the size of the waves, sometimes you can break your body. And the people have fun with this. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Yes, really, when we go to the Caribbean Sea, say no waves. Wow, excellent, Maxi, excellent.
Yeah.
If you stretch a little, this is 1 minute exposure.
Only 1 minute, yeah.
Yes, you have a treasure.
So do you have surfers in Argentina?
Yes, actually, it's the kids, the young people. Well, team, for example, yes, it's because it's a really for to
beautiful, Maxi.
Yes.
Look at that! You can see the barred spiral. Very beautiful.
That's like 2 minutes picture.
Nice dust lanes. Yeah, 2 minutes, a treasure.
Sure. Oh, it's excellent, Maxi.
And also the two galaxies besides the.
Oh, look at those! Yeah.
In this place, they are. I don't remember the distance, the relative distance, but they are really far away.
Yeah. They're in the end of the universe. Beautiful.
That is you know, just part of the story.
Is
humanity's reach, the cosmic reach right here. You're seeing it live. And you know, Maxi's doing it from his backyard, from inside of his home. And it's wonderful, you know. So it's wonderful.
The technology changed a lot.
A lot. Because all together work in a complement of things that you can move the mount. You have plate solve to recognize the stars. It's all work together. I use programs that separate, you know, pH to guiding the tablet of this, but I need to put all together in a one thing.
It really helps a lot. I also
I have a customer that he buy us one of this too. He made with a Raspberry a system similar like Asia Pro, but he's a programmer, during computer, and he told me that here he have the things working very well.
It's practically the same platform, I think, because this software goes from Raspberry.
Yeah, I think.
This
is the box of my mount. This is something that explores scientific thing very well. Make all electronics in a separate box. A great idea, Scott.
Thank you.
Let's stretch a little more.
Yeah. So what Maxi has at his fingertips, back in the 1970s, this was multi-million-dollar technology.
Yeah, only for professional observatory.
Yes, and only professionals at it, you know? And so just a few decades have passed, and here he is. He's doing stuff that we would have only dreamed about, you know, as amateur astronomers.
Yes.
We have this is the galaxy, and that's this is all the field of view with my scope, and you can see we have these two stars. They are down there, and the third one there is practically all that place. And no, it's amazing. The technology that we are living today helps a lot to astronomy, and I think it will be, and we will get too much progress in the couple years, and I hope to see what's coming.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxi. You're a genius.
Yes.
I'm proud of that you are Argentinian, and I can't believe that. Listen, Maxi have the things. Okay, I can go to a galaxy. My God.
Boom. Yes.
Yeah. Well, tonight was the pictures of Jason.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he was here.
These grow are terrible. Yes.
It's
The
an
people of
inspiration.
global star party, not me. I feel very outside but Chuck, or the picture of Chuck, Maxi.
We do have really some masters of astrophotography on here, but Maxi, you're an inspiration, and we love what you do, and you too, Cesar. I mean, you're always encouraging people to explore with what they have, and that's the whole point, so I mentioned it earlier in the program about I was remembering when John Dobson was giving a talk, and somebody asked him why, what about astrophotography? Of course they didn't know Nico the Hammer, okay, who's doing astrophotography with his Dobsonian telescope. But John Dobson was not a fan of amateur astrophotography. He said, we have the world's greatest observatories, and we have the space telescopes and stuff. He said, you can never beat that. Well, it really isn't about beating that. Okay. It is about making those images yourself, and so I think it's very much like, you can watch someone climb a mountain or do something that is amazing, or you can try to do it yourself. It's like the people who run a marathon, maybe you're not going to set the world record, okay, for running a marathon, but if you can complete a marathon, that is a huge accomplishment personally for a lot of people, so and it's the same thing in astrophotography. But just like anything else, the more you do it, the better you will get. Okay. And so, a lot of astrophotographers, I think Maxi's included in this, often show their very first images they ever did, and to compare where it is now. So
you had to see your steps.
Yes.
So it's,
but it's great. And so I'm going to end the Global Star Party with this quote, which I posted on in chat here from Carl Sagan. He says, we live on a hunk of rock and metal that circles a humdrum star that's one of 400 billion other stars that make up the Milky Way galaxy, which is one of billions of other galaxies which make up a universe, which may be one of a very large number, perhaps an infinite number of other universes. That is the perspective on human life and our culture that is well worth pondering. So thank you, Carl Sagan. That was awesome.
That's amazing.
And good night to all of you. Often, Nathan, you've been here often with Maxi and Cesar and myself as we close out these shows. So it's nice to have you. And I really look forward to more coming from the cosmic generation. At one point, I'm going to ask you guys to host a global star party. So keep that in the back of your mind. All right. And Maxi's
problem.
done it before. Caesar's up next for next week. And so it's something that I very much enjoy, getting that perspective, because they bring together people and their own ideas for a theme and the schedule and all the rest of it. And it's really cool. So, and I want to thank the audience. We have a wonderful audience. It's from all over the world. And right now we have a new guy from Russia that's watching, and so he's a little unsure about his English skills or whatever, but it's not about that. Come with your ability to communicate. And if you want, post your postings in Russian. We can use Google Translate like anyone else can. So, but we have one world that we live on, and one sky that we all share. And so, thanks again for tuning into Global Star Party. And we'll see you next Tuesday with Cesar Brollo as host.
Yeah.
Take care and good night.
Absolutely.
Take care, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, Nathan.